Thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to hand over to our host and our co-host, the capable hands. These two people, I'm sure, will take us to a very, very satisfactory and memorable webinar.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Ezekiel Ansumana, and for the purpose of this webinar, I am going to be your host. I have with me my co-host, and she is also going to help us have a very, very smooth, very safe ride. So, before we continue, Myron, tell me, what do you think? What are some of the things you are expected to learn from? We unfortunately can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm having issues with my internet. Can you hear me, Mr. Ezekiel?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I'm saying to you, thank you very much for introducing me, Miss Mariana. And today, I think is going to be a wonderful webinar we've ever had as Russian students in Russia, because we have young people who are a good example to society. And I think today we're going to be granted the opportunity to learn how to become those people, because those people are mentors to some of us. And I think it's going to be wow. Are you ready?
Yes, I think
Let's
I
get
am
into it.
ready. I think I am prepared. So, before we get into it, I think it will be great for us to just confirm the presence of some of our guest keynote speakers, some of the guests we'll have with us this evening. So, first off, I think we know already that the Honorable Ambassador of Sierra Leone to the Russian Federation is here with us. Thank you so much for being here, sir. We appreciate you so much. I think we also have with us right now the Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs. I think we saw him there. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for also being here with us. I think we also have with us Dr. Al Hassan. I can't find him.
Dr. Al Hassan Ahmed, Ahmed
Yeah,
Al Hassan Sharif.
yes,
We're pleased to have you. And also we have Mr. Sylvester Lagat in the building, the one of
yes.
ONS finest. Thank you so very much, sir, for
Amazing.
making time for this. We
Thank you
appreciate
for
you.
being here with us. And
And to
of
all
course,
other guests that are not mentioned, we appreciate you.
thank you so much for that. Thank you for that. So I think we're going to head straight on, but before we get started, we need to first off listen to the national pledge. Okay, we're back. So we are encountering some technical issues, so we will have to move on from there. But for us to officially start the program, before we start officially, we have the honor to have with us the president of the National Student Union, Russian Federation. He's here with us, and he would like to say a few words. Please help me welcome Mr. Emmanuel Kali. Mm,
Yeah, am I audible enough? Can you hear me?
Loud and
yeah,
clear, Mr.
loud and
President.
clear, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Um, Before I start, I want to actually acknowledge the presence of all our invitees. Your Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Yungao, Commissioner Francis Becker Fala, Honorable Patrick Michelson Jibrila, Dr. Mohamed Al Hassan Sharif, Mr. Sylvester Junior Laga, our distinguished guests, fellow Sierra Leoneans across Russia, and everyone joining us tonight from wherever in the world you call home, good evening. On behalf of the National Union of Sierra Leone Students in the Russian Federation, I want to welcome all of you here today, and it is my honor and privilege to have you all here, especially in today's career pathway and civic engagement webinar. I would like to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers and presidents from the Sierra Leone Student Unions in China, Hungary, South Korea, Morocco, and Sierra Leone as well for accepting our invitation. We recognize the demands on your time and we are deeply grateful that you've chosen to spend part of it with us today. I will not take much of your time this evening because the value of tonight lies not only in what I say, but in what these five distinguished Sierra Leoneans are about to share with you. But before I hand over this platform to our co-host and host, I want to tell you exactly why we built it and why it matters beyond the next 2 hours. Allow me to begin with a simple thought that I believe lies at the heart of today's conversation. The strength of a nation is ultimately determined by the quality of its people, not merely by their qualifications, but by how they choose to use those qualifications in service of others. The title of today's webinar is Career Pathway and Civic Engagement, and our theme is the Sierra Leone we must build together. At first glance, these may appear to be two distinct and separate ideas, but in reality, they are inseparable. When we think about careers, we naturally think about education, professional growth, and personal achievement. There is nothing wrong with aspiring to succeed. However, civic engagement challenges us to ask a more important question. Questions like, what is the purpose of that success? What value does our education hold? If it does not, in some way or the other, contribute to the progress of the communities and countries that shapes us. As Sierra Leonean students studying in the Russian Federation, we have been given a valuable opportunity to acquire knowledge, develop new perspective, and prepare ourselves for an increasingly interconnected world. But with that opportunity comes responsibilities. Education, of course, expands our opportunities and our responsibilities together at once. The more we are privileged to learn, the greater our obligation to use that knowledge for the benefit of others. For years, the conversation about Sierra Leone's future has followed a familiar script. Government speaks to government, diplomat speaks to diplomats, students study, graduate, and hope someone remembers to include them in the plan. But tonight, we are breaking that script because nation building is not a government project with citizens as spectators. It is a citizen project with government as one important participant among many. We've brought together anti-corruption officers, diplomacy, youth policy, public health, and national security, not as five separate panels, but as five interlocking pieces of the same national project: healthcare, security, youth policy, diplomacy, and integrity, and not five separate ministries, as we all know. They are one architecture. Remove one pillar, and the whole structure leans. You cannot build a healthcare system without integrity in procurement. You cannot secure a nation without engaging its youth. You cannot grow a diaspora's contribution without an embassy that is willing to listen. And you cannot in any way ask people to believe in a nation that has not yet learned to believe in them. This webinar is not just a courtesy to our graduation class. It is a working session for anyone, anywhere who intends to have a hand in what Sierra Leone becomes in the next 10 years, in the next 30, and 40 years. Whether you are in Freetown, or in Moscow, China, Hungary, or in a country I've never had reason to mention, you've ever, if you've ever asked what you personally are supposed to do about corruption, about healthcare, about security, about a government that moves slower than your patients, tonight is built for you. We've structured this evening deliberately. There will be three tiers of questions. First, general questions that every speaker will answer, so you can hear how five different professionals from five different vantage points define the same challenges. Second, questions specific to each speaker's field, choosing to go deep rather than wide. Thirdly, there will be closing questions that are designed to leave you not with applause, but with instructions, something you can act on tomorrow morning, regardless of your profession or your postcode or the country where you are. Lastly, you will have the opportunity to ask personal and or burning nation building questions of your choice. Our host, Mr. Ezekiel Ansumana, and co-host, Madam Mariama Uribari, will carry you through that structure with the care and dignity it deserves. 65 years ago, our forefathers did not ask permission to imagine a free Sierra Leone. They built the vision first and left the details of implementation to those who came after, to us. And every generation is handed an undefined country. Ours is no different. The only question is whether we finish more of it when than we found it. I say this not as a burden, but as an invitation, because we are not only the next generation of Sierra Leone waiting our turn, we are the current one, and the waiting room closed the day we started asking these questions. So tonight, we are not really asking whether Sierra Leone can be built. We already know it can. The other question, the one I hope stays with you longer after this course ends, is whether each of us is willing to be among those who built it in whatever country, in whatever profession, in whatever capacity we find ourselves. Because in the end, a nation is not built by the people who lead it, it is built by the people who refuse to wait for permission to contribute. And perhaps that more than any policy or panel is the trust and truest measure of any generation, not what is inherited, but what I refuse to leave behind. Allow me to leave you with one final thought. The true measure of a successful career is not simply the position we attain, but the problems we solve, the lives we improve, and of course, the legacy we leave behind. If today's conversation encourages every one of us to pursue excellence while remaining committed to the service of Sierra Leone, then we will have taken a meaningful step towards building the nation we all envision. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you here today and thank you for joining us. I wish us all a fruitful, engaging, and inspiring discussion. Thank you so much and welcome once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for such an inspiring welcome address. So, I am tasked with the most interesting thing here because I have to go straight on and introduce the keynote speaker. So it's safe to say I am tasked with a dangerous introduction. So, what we should know about the keynote speaker for this webinar is he is a Sierra Leone lawyer and a scholar who is distinguished for top academic honors and practical leadership across law, governance, and finance. So he attended the Sierra Leone Grammar School and he was a top student there, obviously. He earned his LB honors from the Farah Bay College. He won the Attorney General Akea Maid Holloway Award, topped the Sierra Leone Law Bar exams, came out as valedictorian, and collected multiple academic prizes. course. He holds three interdisciplinary LM degrees, law and economics distinction from Queen Mary University of London, comparative constitutional law, administrative law, human rights, Dean's Excellent Award from University of Texas, Austin, and advanced study in public international law and global governance at Harvard Law Kennedy School. He's also a Fulbright alumnus. He was human rights scholar at the Rappaport Center and Obama Africa Leadership Fellow and Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow. He has completed extensive specialist training in anti-corruption, arbitration, sovereign finance, and related fields. So you should know that our keynote speaker is bilingual in English and French, and he is very fluent in multiple Sierra Leone languages. His practice spans commercial and financial law, sovereign debt and reconstructing, international investment and trade law, constitutional design, and human rights. So our keynote speaker combines rigorous interdisciplinary scholarship with the on-ground policy, litigation, and capacity building across Africa and beyond. So it is my honor, and please help me welcome the Commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission and the dangerously educated man, Mr. Francis Ben Kaifal. Welcome, sir. Commissioner, are you with us, sir?
You hear me? Did you hear
Yes, sir.
me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear now, sir. Welcome.
All right, I listened to the introduction and then the connection went a little bit bad. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the existing protocols to deliver this keynote address. It's quite an honor to be called upon to deliver this address to you distinguished students pursuing various fields. I wish we believe when you complete, you will come back to Sierra Leone and help us in this journey in trying to transform this country and change its story and destination. The Sierra Leone we all want. It's an interesting topic. And I'm sure it is good that you are being introduced to it so that you can think around it as you all try to wrap up your studies. I know some of you at various stages. We all were once in your same situation. I did it 3 times at least. Leaving Sierra Leone to study abroad. When you are in that space, do you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir.
Oh God.
Okay, I think Mr. Commissioner is having bad internet. He's having internet challenges. So without wasting time, we would like to proceed to the next guest speaker while we wait for the commissioner. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce to you a Sierra Leonean diplomat who carry pathway exemplifies a steadfast committee to public services, involving from the grassroots political leadership to international diplomacy. Prior to his diplomatic appointment, this person served as a chairman of the Sierra Leone People's Party, shortly known as SLPP in the UK and Ireland branch, where he mobilizes Sierra Leone diaspora, strengthen the party structures and
Do you
campaign
hear me?
civic. Oh, okay. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. The internet went
It's
off, so I
okay.
hope you have
It's
longer
okay.
this
We
time.
understand.
So yeah, so the Sierra Leone which we all want, which is in line with your chosen topic, has to be predicated on certain fundamental things that we are facing at the moment. So we need a discipline. Do you hear me? I'm hearing feedback from someone else.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, can you kindly switch off your microphone? I think you're disturbing the process. Sorry about that, Mr. Commissioner. You can continue, sir.
Do you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. The platform is yours.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Mr. Commissioner, are you there?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
I think he's having challenges with internet.
Yeah, I think there are technical difficulties right now. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, I see the commissioner is having issues with his internet. I see he's back again. Mr. Commissioner, are you there, sir? Hello. Okay, so we are proceeding to the next speaker, the guest speaker. I'm sorry about that distraction. Um, So this person I'm introducing is a Sierra Leonean diplomat who carries pathway exemplifies a steadfast commitment to public service, evolving the grassroots political leadership to international diplomacy. Prior to to his diplomatic appointment, he served as a chairman of the Sierra Leone People's Party, also known as SLPP in the UK and Ireland branch, where he mobilized a Sierra Leone diaspora, strengthened party structures, and championed the civic participation. In October 2018, he was appointed as the Ambassador Extraordinary of the Republic of Sierra Leone to the Russian Federation. In November 2022, he was also accredited as the Sierra Leone's ambassador to the Republic of Kazakhstan. As ambassador, he prioritized the strength in bilateral relations through the practical and measurable outcome. His achievements include expanding Sierra Leone's government scholarship opportunities in Russia to hundreds of Sierra Leonean students, securing 15 to 25 annual medical scholarship at the Rodan University, facilitating a Russian medical mission to Sierra Leone focused on maternal and child health care, specialized in dental services, and promoting investment in mining, agriculture, and also tourism and energy. He also supplied effort in increasing the Russian tourism to the Sierra Leone and foster stronger economic educational partnership between two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce to you His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Yongawo.
Can you please unmute, sir?
Sorry, sir, we can't hear you. Mhm.
Am I being heard clearly?
His Excellency, sir, I think you're having challenges with the microphone. It's scrambling a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a little bit of communication difficulties. Are you hearing me now? Am I clear?
No, sir, you're still scrambling.
Yeah, it's the same situation that I was facing when the commissioner was talking. I don't know whether the situation is to do with his thermos or so. I don't know. But you are also
We'll,
scrambling when you were introducing me.
we'll try to communicate with the media team to see to that, sir. A minute, please.
Please, because you're also scrambling when you were introducing me and when you were talking, you were scrambling. So I don't know what is happening. Yeah, there is a kind of a noise in the background when someone is trying to talk.
His Excellency, I would recommend you exit the meeting and join shortly, perhaps. That would help. But I think the problem is with your microphone. I would recommend you exit the meeting and join again.
I'm trying again. Okay, let me do that. Let me do that.
Why is Your Excellency comes? Maybe my own microphone will work this time.
Yes, you're welcome back, sir.
So let me do it quickly. What I wanted to say to all of you is this: we need very badly to build a country that is structured on values. And fundamental to those values are two things: a merit based society and discipline. A merit based society and discipline. Unfortunately, a lot of our history, our traditional setup, our systems have been set up in a way that does not emphasize merit. Merit is there, but it has to be additional to other things that connect, which has made us to find it difficult to tap into our manpower resources very well, and also to hold ourselves accountable very well, and most importantly, to structure ourselves so that best value is added where it should be. So, fundamentals like tribe, region, connection to one person or the other, family, everything that is otherwise regarded as nepotism is structured in our system to be normal. Therefore, the abnormal has become normal. And those fundamentals have made what we have set up to not work very well. Because if those things are emphasized over merits, for example, all of you are now out there studying, and you are thinking, when I go back to Sierra Leone, how do I add value to change the story of this country? But then you are thinking about other things. One, some people will think whether, in fact, the political party that is in power aligns with their tribe, the system that is in place aligns with their region and traditional settings, and things like that. So, until we build a value based system where our society can be regarded as high value, it will be difficult for us to change the story of the country much, except if we have the right leadership that understands this and is ready to implement it, applying the second thing I am about to speak about, and that is discipline. I hope I am being heard. Just a little mic check.
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Very good. So the second thing,
Yeah,
where
audible.
there is, if there is a value-based system, a high-value society, where we don't have a low value, what we have right now is a very low-value society, where those of you studying economics would have come across these things, where you basically have a lemon economy, and you cannot, I mean, basically, you want oranges and you're getting lemon, and somebody is ready to sell those lemons to you and tell you confidently there's an orange. So, because it's a low value society, sometimes people don't even know that what they are doing is wrong. Sometimes people don't even know that the system that is being applied is not appropriate to change the story of this country in a meaningful way. So, if we are going to develop a high value society, which really is what we all need, that is what you need to move things forward. You develop a merit based society where, for example, job are advertised for everybody to apply, and the best man wins, not the man who speaks the tribe of the interviewee, and things like that. So then we all can work together to build the society that we want. But then the second thing which is lacking very badly in Sierra Leone is discipline. Discipline. And I have to break discipline down for you, okay? And these are things that are well written about. And I remember when President Kroma became president and he said he wanted to run the country like a business. And everybody was like, oh, what does this mean? And some people were saying, oh, this is wrong, this is what. I was sitting down there telling myself that this is the best word I've had in a very long time, because this country needs to be run like a business. And those who understand what running a business is, if you are a CEO of a company, there are certain things you have to do to make sure that you align the culture of that business to the objectives of the business. So right now, as we stand, those things are running apart. The culture of the country is not in tune with the developmental aspirations of the country because leadership is not prepared to implement the kind of discipline that can change the story of this country for good. So we need three kinds of discipline. Discipline thinking, that means we have to think as a people in a structured and disciplined way so that our programs and projects that we say we are going to do actually actually align with the long-term plans of changing the Sierra Leone we have for good. So disciplined thinking, we are not thinking in a very disciplined way. Sometimes it's knee-jerk, sometimes it's reactionary, sometimes it's political. We just want to please a certain set of people. We just want to make sure that the region that I come from benefits from something. We just want to make sure that the population can clap for us and say that things are changing. That is not disciplined thinking. Disciplined thinking is the one, for example, which we think and say, look, there's a reason why energy or electricity is called power. And it is what powers everything else. So we have to hold a lot of other things constant and make sure we fix electricity. Because without electricity, the other things will not be powered. And then you set up a structure to make sure that fundamentally, if you want to build the Sierra Leone that you need, you want business to come. No business is going to come to a country where the overhead on electricity is abominable. No major country or no major businesses across the world is going to outsource things to a country that will employ a lot of people if the first thing they have to worry about are the fundamentals. And what is the first fundamental that the business wants? Well, power. We live in a country where even households are not getting electricity supply. How can factories be power? And why do we think investors are willing to come to a country where you're running a business and you have to buy diesel every day at 40,000 euros per liter? So discipline thinking, we think about this and say, no, first of all, let's fix electricity. And when you say let's fix electricity, it does not matter what other people think. You're not doing it to please people. You're not doing it for people to clap for you. You are doing it because you understand as a leader that it is fundamental to changing the story of the country. And if that falls into place, a lot of other things will fall into place that follows. And then, of course, you can do other things like education, you can do agriculture, you can do roads, you can do a lot of other things. And oh God.
Over to you. Mr. Commissioner, are you with us, sir?
Confirming that I'm back online.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, so that is discipline thinking. I'll move on to discipline.
I think the commissioner is experiencing some technical difficulties, but he will be back, definitely. Mario, so far, how's it going? I promised that people were going to learn. Do you think people are learning?
I think I'm one of the examples learning right now because as a business owner, I think the discipline thinking that he was speaking about, I need to apply some of it to myself and my business. It's
Okay.
rather unfortunate we lost him so soon because I was quite interested, really.
Yeah, I was too, because he's given a lot of pointers. He's
Exactly.
explaining a lot. I'm taking so many notes right now, and I hope that people. I did say when I was introducing him that it's a dangerous introduction, and he's living up to that, and it's
I
amazing.
agree. I agree.
It's amazing. I think he will be back shortly, and he will continue to deliver response.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We
Yes,
can hear
sir. We
you.
can get you.
Sorry that I keep the internet keeps. All right, let me just make it quick. So, discipline thinking. The next thing I was going to talk about is discipline action. We have to act as a disciplined people because if you think, Napoleon Hill did say everything we do starts with thinking. Okay, he says think and grow rich. So basically, what he was saying, the foundation of that is what you think is what transforms, what manifests into who you are, and that is no different from a country. So you think, you now act with discipline. So if you decide that in this year, for example, the budget that we need to run the country is this amount of money, you set up that budget, MDAs come in with their input, you make sure that if it is not in the budget, don't bring it here. Okay? Because one of the challenges we're having as a country is because there is this lack of discipline, the budget system doesn't work. You budget to do something, and some other things come up that become more important than what was budgeted to be done. And those other things normally should be taken care of within the framework of contingency. And if that contingency is already disciplined enough, then you can change the story of the country by focusing on the agenda that you have. So you think as a people with discipline, you act as a people with discipline, and then that takes you to the third line of discipline, which is a disciplined people. Now, we say something in this country which people take for granted, but that is what we need to change this country. It's simple. It says, kill dog before dog, let dog know say die day. This is a country that has been fundamentally traumatized with a lot of wrongs over the years, that the abnormal has become so normal that people don't even know what is normal. And because many people believe they can get away with their wrongs, even sometimes when they know, they are just reckless about it. So we have to hold ourselves accountable in a very disciplined way. Kill dog before dog, let dog know say die day. All we have to do is to structure our rule of law so that every law that we pass in this country aligns with our own culture and traditions and practices. And if that alignment is done, our parliament passes it. Our people have therefore accepted it. A leader has to be willing to do what has to be done to change the story of this country. And that is not going to be for the faint-hearted. It's not going to be for somebody who does not want to see people suffer. Okay? Because to change a country that has developed with this kind of culture of lawlessness, you have to be willing to do what has to be done in a drastic, sometimes draconian way, so that the mindset of the people align with the change that you are preaching, and then with time their culture can shift. If you are not ready to take those draconian steps, you'll be moving at such a baby step, and because our lifespan is so small, The highest anybody can live on this webinar is 100 years. Highest. Let me wrap up quickly. So basically, what we have to do is to create a high value society that is structured on the pillars of discipline. And that discipline has to start with the discipline thinking. Our mindset has to change. And then discipline action, that means our programs, projects have to be discipline. They cannot be haphazard. Right now, I can
Mr. Commissioner, are you there, sir? Mr. Commissioner. So, Ezekiel.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. How was the speech so far?
So, it's amazing. First of all, you need to know that I took notes of certain things. He said one thing that really resonated with me. He said you have to take drastic steps, and everyone else will
Oh,
follow along.
let me stop you. That's the cornea. Noted.
Yes, yes. I was trying to remember the exact word, but yes, you have to do that, and people will fall along later. It resonated so much with me, and I think for most of the people joining here today, it's also resonating with each and everyone in different areas of life, and I think that's amazing. That's amazing. We're learning a lot
He's
here.
basically trying to tell us about discipline. And I think
Yes,
discipline thinking, discipline action, and
yes,
disciplined people is what Sierra Leone need as a country for us to go
definitely,
further more than this.
definitely.
I
Definitely.
really hope we can get him shortly because we're about to call the next speaker, who is Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Yongawo. We'll try to give Mr. Commissioner 3 minutes again and see what will happen.
Okay, great.
Till then, see you.
Cool. Bye.
Oh, I can see Mr. Commissioner is coming and going. Okay, I think we'll have to move on to the next guest speaker. Mr. Commissioner, don't worry, sir. You still have your time, you still have your platform, because this webinar is for Sierra Leone. We're here today to talk about Sierra Leone. So, sir, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to call on His Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Yungawa, the Sierra Leone ambassador to the Russian
Yes. So
Federation. You're
thank you
welcome, sir.
for thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, it's
I'm
still
afraid,
breaking
sir, it's
up.
still the
We
same
still
situation.
can't hear you.
Yes, the phone is cracking. Even when you are talking, the phone is cracking. I don't know what is happening.
Oh my God.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Unfortunately,
you, sir, but very badly. I think the problem is
Yeah, it's
coming from
cracking.
your side. Yeah.
Yeah, there's too much voice in the background. Even when you guys are talking, so I don't know.
I advise him,
Yeah.
you start your machine as soon as you see something, just start the computer and see what's up. Just try
I
to
mean,
restart your computer. You start it and see something.
I mean,
Someone is advising that you restart your
So you start
computer, sir.
your computer, you start it and
restart what the web there.
The computer. He's telling that you restart the computer and we'll see what will happen from there.
Actually, my phone, so it's not a computer.
Okay,
I'm
1 minute,
using.
sir.
Like switch off my phone and put it on again.
Come again. We can't hear you, sir.
So when you are like,
Yes, just restart the phone or the computer and come in again.
okay, I'll do that.
Okay, sir.
I'll do that. I'll do that. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, if you're here, sir, it will be a pleasure if you round up with us now. Mr. Commissioner, I think he also left. Ezekiel.
Yes, I'm here with
So
you.
I think we'll have to wait for His Excellency Ambassador. He's trying to reset his microphone or whatever. He's coming very soon, actually.
Okay,
So please, ladies and gentlemen, be patient with
let's
us.
try to give it 2 minutes and then we
Yeah.
we will proceed from there. But I believe we're having a very interesting evening. We're having a very interesting webinar, and I think
Exactly.
by the end of it all, we are going to learn a lot. I have so many questions that I want to ask the commissioner, and I'm sure you have questions too for him. And at the end, we'll have chance to ask our questions too. And I want the all everyone else joining us here to know that at the end of this webinar, after all the presentations, you will have a chance for the first 5 to the panel, but this will be later at the end of after all the presentations. So if you have questions now, think about it, write your questions down already, and try to be prepared because you have the opportunity later for the first 5 people to ask questions directly to any member of the panel.
Mr.
And as we
Ezekiel, I think we can have questions in the chat. Apart from questions that people will be answering from the first 5 people, also you can now send your question through the chat and it will be
Yes,
considered.
yes,
The first three
that
people
also works.
will,
Yes,
yeah, their
that
question will
works
come through.
perfectly. Yes, that
And
works.
guys, please don't go beyond topics.
Yes.
Thank you.
I see that the Honorable Ambassador is back.
Okay.
We unfortunately can't hear you, sir. Yes.
Mr. Ambassador, sir, if you can hear me, I advise you use another device. Let's see what happens with that. Maybe if you're using your phone, you can switch to a computer on an iPad. Let's see. Mr. Ambassador, are you with us, sir? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, since His Excellency is having challenges with his internet, I think we'll proceed to the next guest speaker for today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think our ambassador is still having issues with his internet. In that case, I would like to take you through to the next guest speaker of today. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome a youth champion, uh, a youth champion and financial professional currently serving as the Deputy Minister of the Youth Affairs of Sierra Leone, known for his profound committee of the youth empowerment and governance and national development. Ambassador Jibrila operates as an intersect of the public policies, international development, and financial accountability to drive transformative changes for the next generation of Sierra Leoneans. His educational background: Ambassador Jibrila went to the Bow School, and he's also paired his grassroots advocacy with world-class academics and professional expertise. He holds a strong educational foundation focused on leadership and management. He is currently elevated by achieving a premier global standard in financial governance, a chartered professional accountant who studied in Canada, demonstrating exceptional analytic capacity and rigorous financial expertise. He, he recently qualified as a chartered professional accountant in Canada. His international development and professional leadership. Before his ministerial appointment, Ambassador Jibrila built an extensive track record working with regional and global bodies to address migration, social economic inclusion, and the youth development across Africa. The United Nations Migrate Agency, IOM for short. He has collaborated extensively on international frameworks with International Organization of Migration, advocating for safe, orderly migration. Mr. Jibrila, as a dynamic young leader within the Sierra Leone People's Party, SLPP, National Young Generation Council. Magnus, can you help me mute your microphone, please? Thank you. Sorry about that. As a dynamic young leader within the Sierra Leone's People's Party, National Young Generation Council, Ambassador Jibrila has consistently broken barriers for youth representation in politics. Ministerial leadership appointed by His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio. He utilizes office to design public-private partnership that directly track youth unemployment, and he is actively involved in the pioneers initiatives such as National Skills to Employment Framework, localized agricultural projects for young people. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Honorable Patrick Michelson Jibrila, the Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs.
Thank you very much. Um, Your Excellency, the Ambassador uh, of the Republic of Sierra Leone to the Russia Federation and Embassy staff present, the executive and leadership of the National Union of Sierra Leone Students in Russia Federation, the Commissioner of the Anti-Commission, other guest speakers, distinguished students, seasoned professionals, global changemakers, my fellow young leaders and students. Good morning from my end in Canada, Edmonton. Good evening from Moscow, Russia, and good evening from Sierra Leone. To everyone connecting from Freetown, our city, and across our beloved continent. It is a profound honor and privilege to speak to you this morning, not merely as a government official, but as a fellow partner in architectural design of our nation's future. I want to commend the leadership of the National Union of the Federal Russian Students for granting this timely digital convenience by organizing this webinar across multiple time zones. You prove that distance is not a barrier to patriotism, and that the modern Sierra Leonean student does not just seek an education to escape local reality, but to elevate them. Our team today, the Sierra Leone we must build together. It is not a passive slogan, it is an active, urgent mandate. It demands we look at our country not through the lens of romanticism, idiotism, or paralyzing, but through the lens of data, strategy, and collective civic responsibility. We talk about data, understanding our demographic reality. To build a house, we must first access our raw material. In Sierra Leone, our greatest asset is not the diamond buried beneath the soil of Connaught, not the rutile in Banff, not the gold in the northern part of the country where I hail from. Our most prestigious resources is sitting right in front of us all here. You and everyone that is part of this. According to the latest census and demographic projection, over 75% of the Australian population is under the age of 35. This is a massive demographic reality. If we fail to equip, educate, and engage this population, this asset becomes an existent vulnerability. But if we strategically invest in this youth, it becomes what economics call a demographic dividend, a catalyst for rapid historic economic growth. His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Madabio, understood this reality intimately. This is why our administration have moved aggressively beyond treating youth development as a social welfare issue. We treat youth development as a macroeconomic imperatives. Our government framework is anchored on the Big Five Game Changers agenda, designed specifically to structurally shift our economy. Each of these pillars relies differently on professional competence of young people like you and myself. We talk about faith alone, an ambitious agricultural revolution to ensure full sovereignty and eliminate our heavy reliance on food imports, human capital development, realizing highly skilled, healthy, and innovative workforce ready for the 21st century global market space, youth employment scheme, creating pathway for green, digital, and industrial sustainable job, technology and infrastructure, modernizing our digital architecture, expanding energy access, building direct physical network, the public sector transformation, infusing the bureaucratic machineries of government which tech fit, efficient, and forward-thinking young professionals. Align global competency with national needs. Living and studying in Russia Federation, you are equally renowned for its rigorous focus on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. advanced medical medicine, industrial agriculture, and strategic geopolitical analysis. The question you must ask yourself this morning, if you're around North America, this night around the Russia Federation, and this evening around Africa continent. How does my current academic pathway intersect with Sierra Leone's development trajectories? Let us look at how your specialized knowledge directly transfer to our current national development goal. Russia acquire expertise, direct national applications in Sierra Leone, agronomy and food security driving feed salon by transitioning our agricultural sector from subsistence farming to highly yield mechanized farming and agro-processing. Engineering, mining, and geology, optimizing our extractive industry, ensuring local content value additions, and leading structural civil infrastructure projects, medicine, biotechnology, and public health. This helped fortify our healthcare delivery system, reducing infant and mortality, and decentralizing specialized medical care. ICT, talk about the cybersecurity and the AI system building, or expanding our digital economy, automating government systems, protecting national data infrastructure. If you are studying software engineering in Moscow, your immediate market is not just Silicon Valley. It is the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation in Freetown, or our budding fintech startup ecosystem. If you are learning advanced agricultural engineering, the expertise is urgently required to turn the Tomabo rice field into a food basket of West Africa. Let us move from job seekers to wealth creators. Recognized that returning home to a challenging job market can be intimidating. The Ministry of Youth Affairs, under our leadership, is actively dismantling the barriers that have historically kept young people in the economic margin. We are moving away from cosmetic, short-term youth intervention towards systemic economic empowerment. I am proud to share that our ministry is in an advanced stage of dialogue to establish a specialized youth entrepreneurship bank in Sierra Leone. The primary objective of this institution will be to provide credit access and venture capital to youth entrepreneurs at a single-digit interest rate, bypassing the prohibitive interest rates of the commercial banks that often shocked young businesses before they can breathe, bringing my financial expertise into youth development as a financial expert. Furthermore, we are preparing for the modern green economy. We are currently finalizing framework to procure electric vehicles, of which we've already received 50. It's in Sierra Leone as I speak to you, and the 150 is on the way coming. As a job creation initiative for urban youth, right now, our team are identifying locations across major hubs, including cities like McKinney, where I come from, to build localized solar power EV charging infrastructure. This marine job creation directly with green climate solution. We do not want you to return to Sierra Leone with a degree merely looking for an open desk in a government building. We want you to return as innovators, founders, and private sector leaders who will build the decks and hire the next generation, like I entirely on had the introduction of the co-chairperson. Redefining civic engagements from the diaspora. Let me pivot to the second leg of your theme, civic engagement. Too often, young people confused civic engagement with hyper partisan political blinking on social media. True civic engagement is much deeper, much cleaner, and far more powerful than that. It is about agency, community responsibility, and solution driven actions. You do not have to wait until you land at Freetown International Airport in Lunge to be civically engaged. You can actively participate in national building right now from your university dorms. Knowledge transfer. Organize virtual boot camps, mentorship circle, and skill sharing pipelines to train young people back home in basic coding, research methodology, or technical skill. Policy advocacy. Engage with national development plans, submit analytical paper to ministries, and bring global best practice to our local discourse. Let us collaborate with the diaspora. Us use the network you have built under the university association to create investment syndicates or research partnership with Russian institutions to tackle local problems like soil degradations, post-harvest loss, or epidemiological mapping. Sierra Leone, we must build together. My dear friends, colleagues, young people, the Sierra Leone we must build together is a country where a young person potential is bounded only by the size of their imaginations and the depth of their work ethic. It is a nation built not on fragile foundation of regionalization or political division, but on a solid granite of meritocracy, structural data, and shared prosperity. The government can build road, reform laws, and provide capital, but we cannot import the human capital to run the country. That must come from within us. It must come from you. Do not let your education in Russia simply be a personal ticket out of poverty. Let it be a collective lever to lift our nations into prosperity. The path home is being paved with concrete opportunity, structural institutional reforms, and an administration that genuinely believes you are not just the leader of tomorrow, you are the you are the vital partners of today. Study hard, think globally, innovate relentlessly. Your country is waiting for you, Sierra Leone. We are ready to build these great nations together. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the Republic of Sierra Leone. The Sierra Leone we must build together, harnessing global competence to national transformation, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Deputy Minister, for that. That was so amazing. That was great. And I believe we learned a lot. Marima, are you here with me?
I'm here with you.
Great. So I believe you were also listening, and I believe you heard everything he said. Now, as a business owner as well, what did you get from everything he said?
Actually, I got a lot of inspiration because, only young people can talk to young people for young people to understand. And having such speech from a young, honorable deputy minister of the Republic of Sierra Leone, I'm amazed. And I'm also inspired, and I hope my fellow young people here, students to be precise, or people who are not in Russia, who are also not students but are young people, will learn from when him. Honorable Patrick said, you can actually help Sierra Leone. It doesn't mean you have to step your feet in the Lunge airports for you to help the growth of Sierra Leone. You can be away and start your own business. I'm amazed. I'm amazed.
Yeah, he also did say that do not just use your education in Russia as a path for you to take yourself and your family out
From
of poverty,
poverty.
but use it also as a level for the entire country. That was amazing. Thank you
That
so
was
much for
amazing.
that.
Thank you so,
So
Honorable.
I think now we have to move on to one of the other guest speakers, and I am also tasked with introducing this particular guest speaker. So, what you need to know about him is he attended the Auburn Center Primary School, QC. He proceeded to the Methodist Boys High School, QC as well. He has a BA honors in English from the Farabe College, University of Sierra Leone. He has an LB Honors, University of London, England. He is the Deputy Director of Serious Organized Crime and Counterterrorism Coordination Directorate, Office of National Security. He is also team lead for the EU-funded Seaport Cooperation Project for the Republic of Sierra Leone. He is the Secretary General for Powerman Foundation, the Deputy Executive Secretary, Transnational Organized Crime Unit Management Board. Please help me welcome Mr. Sylvester Lagar. Mr. Sylvester, are you here with us, sir?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you. Wrong.
Can you
What's
hear
this
us
this
now?
again? I don't get that.
Mr. Laga,
Can you hear us, sir? We
Mr. Sylvester
unfortunately.
Laga, can you hear us, sir?
Okay, I think we lost him there for a second, and I think he will be back, obviously. But I think so far we've had the opportunity of listening to the commissioner. We've also had the privilege of listening to the honorable deputy minister as well, and so far I think we're learning a lot. I think he's taken a minute to settle his.
Ezekiel, to be honest with you, I can't get the word out of my head. Kill dog before dog, lay dog, no say die day.
That's the one you can't get out of your head. He
I just can't.
what's the word he said again? The drastic step what? He said something.
Oh,
Drastic coding.
that's the economy. You know, the commissioner is dangerously educated,
I
so we
did
have to be
say that.
careful.
I did say that. In my introduction, I did mention that. So, I mean, I was just there and I heard everything he was saying. I'm like, yes, yes, this is exactly it. Yes. So, I'm not surprised at all. So,
Mr. Laga, are
I
you with us?
do
Then
we
I
have the
think sorry.
do you sorry do we have the ambassador here? Is he still with us?
I'm here, but I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yeah, we
Oh,
can hear
now
you
it's
now
good.
loud and
Now it's
clear.
good.
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you, sir.
Over to
Okay,
you.
here we go.
Yes, sir.
So here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Here we go. So before I commence, I want to pay a special tribute to the NUSS-SL Russia, uh, the previous leadership, and this leadership for always fronting very interesting topics. So kudos to you guys for all what you've done over the years and for what your current leadership is doing. And I want to also thank the host, the co-host, and then want to thank everyone who is here
Hello.
for their patience. I know
Is it better? Is it better now?
we've had a lot of technological issues, but allow me to also pay homage to the Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Francis Benkefala, whom I regard a brother, the Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport, Patrick Dibrila, Dr. Hamed Sharif, and of course, Mr. Sylvester Laga for their time in being with us. The topic you have here, career pathway and civic engagement, and the theme that follows that, the Sierra Leone we must build together, is very timely. And I'm wondering whether on this webinar we have the recent graduates, because we have had 25 graduates recently, and then particularly the medical students, whether they are on this webinar, because this webinar is particularly for them. And I'm kind of disappointed that a very important webinar like this, and I know that we have more than 150 students in the Russia Federation, and we have only 52. And then if you subtract the speakers, then probably you'll be having only, is it 46 or so students here? Very disappointing, because I would have expected such a topic to garner a lot of publicity and a lot of interest. But anyway, those who are here, we pass on the message. So let me start by first and foremost referring to the president's call recently at a town hall meeting in McKinney, because this quotation from the president answers most of what we are actually doing here today. And I quote directly, he said, His Excellency the President said, if all of us became lawyers, doctors, politicians, and other white collar professionals, then who would repair our cars, fix our damaged air conditioners, and take care of the essential services we rely on every day? Every role in society matters. I emphasize, every role in society matters. So what the president is saying here is, it's not only about lawyers, doctors, politicians, engineers, etc. You know, even the person who learns to clean your office matters. The person who repaired the plumber matters. The electrician matters. And I don't know for those who studied at Furabe College and other universities in Sierra Leone, may speak direct to this. But what I know from universities in Russia and the UK, where I also studied, every university, every secondary school has a career advisor. In fact, let me say this. When a child is born, from the day he is conceived, the day he is born, that child is already being career advised as to what that child is going to do. Of course, sometimes there are deviations. So, career advice starts from the day you were born until the day you achieve really what you want to achieve in career or beyond. As career never stops until you actually go 6 feet below. So, and I don't know whether those who studied at FBC and other places in Sierra Leone may speak to this, whether we have career advisors in Sierra Leone at secondary schools, at primary schools, at secondary schools, at universities. I did not encounter one when I studied, when I did my primary school in Sierra Leone, secondary school, and sixth form. I did not encounter any career advisor at my secondary school. You know, is every man for himself, God for us all. So that's one key issue that we need to probably address first and foremost. And it speaks directly to this definition of career pathway. What does career pathway means? A career pathway is a structured roadmap of education, training, and professional experience that guides individuals towards their long-term career goals. Structured. So from the primary school, let's say even from nursery, because there is a phrase that says catch them when they are young. Even from nursery, some of you may even watch like TikTok or some social media clips of Chinese kids already doing learning to build planes and then trains, etc., in their classroom, not the kids. And then in Sierra Leone, the kids, we do a die, a play, a picture. So, so why the Chinese are starting to make planes, cars, uh, trains, etc., we're busy doing something else in our classrooms. So that's where it starts from the nursery, make it very structured. From the nursery, you have already identified what this child or this kid is going to become in the future. That's where you introduce it. And then you take it to the secondary school, take it to another level, then you take it to the university level. So we need to have career advisors in schools. There's the teachers who are already in the school, but just let them specifically get a career advisory office in primary schools, in secondary schools, and at universities. So people have to go to when they are in doubt. They don't just go asking their colleagues because Mary or Marama is doing mathematics or physics. And Marama has said she wants to become a doctor. And then Tennessee also wants to become a doctor, but Tennessee has the potential to become a doctor. Perhaps Tennessee has the potential to do something else. So that's where we need to focus to actually design specific career pathways for each and every individual in the schools. And it has to be structured. It doesn't have to be ad hoc or haphazard. It has to be tailored and directed to specific needs for specific kids. There are some kids that are special needs kids. Okay, in Sierra Leone or in most African countries, when you are special needs kid, you think you're a disturbing kid. Sometimes they even think you're the most troublesome child in school, but you're not. Probably what is being taught does not interest you. You may excel in other areas, but nobody ever does that. If people play sports, they say, hey, this not useless, this kid, not that for better. Okay? But probably that is the career that person wants to follow. to become an athlete, professional athlete. So we speak about Jamaica, we speak about Kenya. We
His
know them, we
Excellency,
know
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. We can't hear you.
oh, you cannot hear me. Oh, sorry. Really? But when
No,
you
sir.
hear me,
I
this is fine.
advise everyone to mute your microphone, please.
Okay, I'll do that. Listen.
Your microphone is off. Microphone is switched off. The microphone is off, sir. The microphone is off.
Advise me to
Now we can hear you. Say,
go.
please speak.
It's okay now.
No, it's still the same problem. It's crumbling.
You cannot hear me anymore.
We can hear
You
you,
hear
but
me
very
now?
bad. No, sir.
Oh, very sad.
I
Very sad.
think you positioned the phone in another way. The way it was before, it was good. Not until you repositioned the phone.
Can you hear me now? You
Still
hear
the
me?
same. I'm sorry. Still the same, sir.
You, is it okay now? I'm holding my hands now.
Try to speak, please.
Hello? You hear me?
I think, sir, you have to leave and come back again. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Is your system is not working?
Oh, sorry, you're good now.
I'm good?
Yes, now you're good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, um, you just kind of my train of thoughts have just gone. But anyway, so let's make this structured. Let's make the career advisory structured in those. Let us know, make them add up so that everybody can benefit from them. Because not every one of us have got the same potential. Not every one of us have got the potential to become engineers or lawyers or politicians. We may have other talents that need to be explored, but that can only be cited if we have career advisors. Let's move on. So there are various types of career pathways. And I know these are not uncommon to many of you. You know some of these things. So you have what they call a vertical ladder. So you come out, you become a coordinator, you become a manager and director. These are like the traditional ones, the traditional types. You have the lateral movement. So it's like cross-functional changes. So you do one task and then you are made to do another task so that they can actually identify which task you're good at. So it's not like telling somebody to repair one thing over and over and you know that they're not good at it. You move them on to do something else. So let's move on. I'm going to do this quickly because it appears that the so what are the benefits of career advice or career pathways, identifying career pathways? Some of the benefits are towards the employer and the employee. So you had a clear roadmap as to where this person will start and where they will end in the future. So there's a clear roadmap. You have a clear roadmap. You know that this person is starting here and tomorrow they're becoming a manager. There are some people that come to work today. Before you think of it, you already identify what they are going to become by the tasks that they carry out. So that is roadmap, skill and training alignment. Okay. So also facilitate, also support career pathways. You need to make available skill and training to the employer. So the employer actually go for training, they go for skill training. It's not just about this person repeatedly doing the same thing. I'm sorry to say, when you go to Sierra Leone, I'm going to be very specific here. when you go to Sierra Leone, most of our guys, people who are doing the clerical stuff, you see them sitting on this one computer for the whole day, whole night, 365 days. They're not developing their skills. So managers or secretaries or permanent secretaries in those departments should actually get their employees to involve in skill training. Let me move on. So, having said all of this, I'm gonna rush. Having said all of this, so the question is that the commissioners partly answered, and also Patrick also touched on it, is what is the Sierra Leone that we want? The Sierra Leone we must build together. What is the Sierra Leone that we want? And I do believe that if we invest in the human resources of our people, we have a structured career pathway, both I'm repeating myself, from the nursery to the secondary school to the universities. We will build the Sierra Leone that we want because you are making opportunities available to everybody. So we should all know that Sierra Leone belongs to all of us. Sierra Leone does not belong to a particular tribe or a particular community or to one individual, but this can only be possible. We can only develop this country if we all continue to live in peace, we continue to have a unity, and we continue to respect one another. Because I had the commissioner was saying something about discipline. I think a lack of discipline is one reason, and the president has also mentioned that many times. Lack of discipline is one of the reasons why we are where we are. For instance, if somebody is going to go to work, uh, supposed to start work at 9 o'clock, they don't come to work up to 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. And when they come to work 12 o'clock, they spend only 1 hour or 2 hours at work, they go for lunch. You never see them again. How would you expect somebody to be productive in 2 hours of the day? So 2 hours times 5 is 10 hours in a week. You cannot be productive in 10 hours in a week. You're not going to be able to deliver anything. So that is the reason why, to be productive, people also has to be accountable. I deliberately calling it accountable because each and every individual has to be accountable. A means one, accountable meaning the rest. So that is the reason why when I was keenly listening to the commissioner when he spoke about people being disciplined, and discipline is about self-discipline. And even like your new doctors that have just graduated, I said to them that I listened to one of their scientists at their graduation. He mentioned two things: honor and time. You as a doctor, a medical doctor who is qualified, you're working in your surgery. You cannot tell your patient to come 2 p.m. and that patient sits in your surgery for 4 hours up to 6 p.m. And even when you come to see him at 16 hours, at 6 p.m., you do not deliver the service that a patient deserves. That's not honor, that's not time. And the country cannot develop in that way. And that is the reason why I know we'll be coming to questions regarding diaspora, etc. For us to develop a country, I agree with the commissioner. We need to be disciplined, and to be disciplined, you need to be accountable. You need to be accountable. If you're not accountable, you're not going to develop the country. So building a Sierra Leone demands respecting the rule of law, protecting public property, promoting peaceful coexistence, and rejecting corruption, tribalism, and division. We need to reject all of those things. We need to accept that we have one country, one nation, and one destiny. We have one destiny. We only have one country that we all go to. And we have to also accept that no one is going to develop Sierra Leone for us, but us. No one is going to do it. I move on. If there is economic growth, it should benefit everybody. And I'm really happy to see recently that the government, through the Ministry of Mines and the presidency, they are actually giving money to areas where mining is being done. Because if you go to Sierra Leone, most of the places that are poorly looked after are the mining areas, be it in the south, be it in the north, be it in the east. So how can somebody be having gold and diamond on their land and somebody, strangers are mining them and the people live in abject poverty? So it's really a good thing that the government is supporting the mining communities, because that is the only way we can build the Sierra Leone that we want. So we must build very strong communities. And every one of us, irrespective who you are, we should strive to leave a legacy. Whether you are a politician, you are a doctor, you are a lawyer, you are an engineer, we should all strive to live today. For many of the time, Sierra Leoneans only focus on living today. They don't think about tomorrow. They don't think about leaving a legacy for the next generation. We should be thinking about the next generation. Anything you do today, you should be thinking about the next generation. What is the next generation going to benefit from my actions of today? And until we actually focus on that, we focus on the next generation. If you are building a bridge, you make sure that bridge can withstand the test of times. If you are building a house, make sure the building can withstand the test of times. If you are making a law, make sure the law can withstand the test of times. If you are generating income, make sure the income can withstand the test of times. Let's work to leave a legacy for the next generation. Let's only don't do things for today, because that is the common thing. Because Sierra Leone is not about today. Sierra Leone is about tomorrow, when you and I will have gone, all of us here. Because we aren't going to stay here forever. You look at Russia. For some of us who are in Russia, most of the amenities that you use were built by generations before us. So that is what we're going to do. Let's try to leave a legacy for tomorrow. So together, let us build a Sierra Leone that stands as a beacon of peace, prosperity, and opportunity. A nation where every citizen has a chance to succeed and contribute to a brighter future. That is what we should be doing if we want to get the Sierra Leone that we want. And you and I have got a big stake in this, because we are still here, but we might not be here tomorrow. I thank all of you for your attention, and I hope we can all build a Sierra Leone that we want for us and for our children yet unborn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador. That was amazing. We appreciate you so much for your time. We appreciate you for all that you just discussed. That was very insightful. Thank you so much for that. And I do hope we end up building a Sierra Leone that we all want, a Sierra Leone that we all deserve. Moving on. Marima,
Yeah,
are you here with me?
I'm
Did
here.
you listen to everything the Honorable Ambassador had to say?
I listened and I learned a lot of things. And I think one of the things the embassy of Sierra Leone and Russia have done so far is treating us like we're children. Wherein I've seen a lot of countries, the opportunities we get with our embassy, they don't get such opportunities. Like a one-on-one talk with diplomats, where you get to feel like you are home, where you get to set your mind straight, where you get to tell your problems, and you feel like you're telling a parent. I think Sierra Leoneans in Russia, we are truly blessed to have Ambassador Muhammad Yungawo, and he also spoke about legacy. I think that's one of the things we're all working on towards, using him as a mentor because he's a mentor to all of us.
Yes.
Thank you very much for having us today, Mr. Ambassador. That was a wonderful speech. Now moving on to Mr. Sylvester Lagar.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Loud and clear,
Loud
sir.
and clear.
Thank you. So let me most respectfully start by apologizing for the technical issues, that we are being confronted with from this part of the world. And the ambassador and the deputy minister of youth affairs would not have a similar problem because probably they're living outside of Sierra Leone. But myself and Francis were just on phone like some minutes ago. We were talking about this internet stuff. However, because we're fast running out of time, let me stand on existing protocols. So what I have noticed is that the last three speakers before me have been a commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission, the deputy minister of youth affairs of Sierra Leone, and Sierra Leone's ambassador to the Russian Federation. So it's either the raising of a very high bar or the beginning of a very funny joke, which means I have to measure because these are people that have contributed enormously to national development. So to you, the students, National Union of Sierra Leone Students and Russia Federation, I feel like elated, somewhat uninfinitesimally intoxicated to participate in this year's webinar session. So for me, I can safely say that I am lucky because you have a number of Sierra Leoneans, well over 7 million people. But then you chose us. So we think it's an opportunity to serve and we take it so strongly. I personally want to thank you for extending this opportunity to us to contribute in some kind of way. So let me be specific on the things that I'll be talking about. So when I was contacted, just like every other speaker, a topic was given. And so my topic is youth engagement in national security with specific reference to civic responsibilities, research, and governance. How do we engage youth with a view to letting them understand their civic responsibilities? How can we encourage them to imbibe the culture of research, effective and adequate research, so that at the end of it all, they can be in a position to govern in a way that betters every one of us. So, as a member of the security sector, a very strategic one also, somebody who sits at a strategic management level at the Office of National Security, I would want to do this talk on what has been done so far. So it's not going to be specifically mere lip service. Because coming up as a boy, I've listened to many people, many speeches since my days in college, my days in senior secondary school, up till this moment. I've listened to a number of speeches. But this time it's going to be one that is going to show what has been done in these areas. So specifically, the center of attention is youth. And so let me say that a youth is very important wherever you go. So for me, I regard it as the youth of a country is that orb, that pillar upon which, which means the bedrock. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Laga, we can hear you, sir, loud and clear.
Okay. So for me, I would say that the bedrock of the cataclysmic change of any society is the direct proportionality of the negative attitudes of its youth. And so therefore, a youth is a very delicate thing to waste. For common sense tells us that a man is more useful in his youthful stage. This is, however, further confirmed by geographical factors somewhat exhibited in nature. For example, a river is more useful in its youthful stage. So I have been able to draw this presentation on some folds. We're looking specifically at engagement of youth in national security. We're also going to look at civic responsibilities. We're also looking at research and governance. We would look at government of Sierra Leone intervention in these regards, and then we would answer some of the questions that were raised initially. So in the engagement of youths in national security, I would say that the Republic of Sierra Leone actively engages youth in national security and peace building through the development of the country's first national action plan on youth, peace, and
Mr. Sylvester, are you there with us? Mr. Laga.
I think we lost him there for a second, but I think he also will be back. Okay, yes,
can you get me?
yes, we can
Yes, sir.
hear
So
you.
so we are saying that and Sierra Leone engages actively its youth in national security through peace building and development. And that is specific with regards to the country's first national action plan on youth, peace, and security. This action plan is driven by the Ministry of Youth Affairs in collaboration with the United Nations. And the rationale is the initiative is to empower young people to lead conflict prevention and institutionalize peace. The country's national security strategy regarding youth participation involves several targeted approaches, and I'm going to speak on them, some few of them because of the time. So we have what we call the Youth, Peace, and Security Agenda. Youth, Peace, and Security Agenda is one that the government of Sierra Leone, with the support of the UNDP in Sierra Leone, is implementing So it has a roadmap that speaks to 2026 to 2030 with a view to giving young people an active voice in conflict prevention and community stability. And then the other approach to it is the National Youth Service, the provision of what we call the National Youth Service. It is managed. That is a scheme or a program that is managed by the Ministry of Youth Affairs, and the scheme places qualified graduates in public and private sector with a view to addressing social exclusion and integrate them into national building. So you have a situation wherein you put graduates together, you train them for specific number of years time, and then subsequently, when they complete such programs, you send them to ministries, departments, and agencies to see, based on their qualifications, to see now how best they can now come and contribute to nation building. So under that, the National Youth Service, we have what we call the Youth Employment Scheme. So the Youth Employment Scheme has a specific target. The strategy aims to combat youth marginalization, gang violence, and unrest by creating 500,000 new jobs by 2030. So there's a vision. It says with this one, we should be in a position to create 500,000 new jobs by 2030, directly promoting human security and economic stability. And then the last approach to it is a civil society and peer network. It is key because we want to work with organizations like Active Ambassadors Network Sierra Leone. They run community development programs with a view to combating drug abuse, gang violence, and to enhance dialogue between youths and security stakeholders. So that is for engagement of youths in national security. But with all of that, they also have civic responsibilities. Government's initiative focuses on civic responsibilities, governance inclusion, and maintaining national security by actively integrating young people into national policies. We want to do what we call the integration of young people into the broader scheme of national policies. How could we give national people, young people, a voice in the development of policies that develop nations? So we look at governance and civic responsibility. The government initiative focuses on civic responsibility, governance inclusion, and maintaining national security by actively integrating young people into national policies. Young people in Sierra Leone are driving democratic development, peace building, and civic awareness. So gone are the days when the youths are the orchestrators of violence. They will be regarded as those who politicians would now use to wreak havoc and create political tensions. So for now, it says that they are drivers of democratic change, they are drivers of democratic development, peace building, and civic awareness. So there's a program called the Cutting Tree Civic Strategy. I am presenting on tangibles. We have what we call the Cutting Tree Civic Strategy. Now, this is a strategy that is spearheaded by the Ministry of Information and Civic Education. What does this strategy do? This strategy revamps civic education with a view to empowering youths with knowledge of national history so that they know where they're coming from as a people and as a country. Pride, so that they know that there should be the attachment of dignity and worth in the human personality. And then their rights to hold leaders accountable. That's a civic responsibility. to hold leaders accountable. But it can only do that when you would have created the enabling environment for them. That is key. And then we have what we call youth in politics and peace building under civic responsibility. This is a program that was launched in partnership with the United Nations, and this project focuses on promoting social cohesion, equal power dynamics, and responsible information sharing at both community and national level. We want to see how best we can bring in youth to participate.
Mr. Laga, we're sorry to interrupt you, sir, but I think you are scrambling again. Can you speak, please? Yeah. Ezekiel, I think we lost Mr. Laga. I guess he will be with us shortly.
Yes, I guess so too. So, how are you feeling, Mario? How is everything going so far today?
Everything is going well inspired. Oh, I think our guest is here. We'll continue later. Over to you, Mr. Laga. Sir, can you speak for some seconds and I will tell you based on that? Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Now you're
Is
good.
it better?
Yes, sir.
Is it
Yes,
better now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was thinking some of the things that some of the programs or that's underway and some that are actually ongoing. So we were talking about youths in politics and peace building. And then we have local council participation. Structured frameworks it's a structured framework that aims to integrate young voices into municipal and local council decisions, ensuring that rural and urban youth alike can influence community development. So, regardless of where you are, there's a platform that gives you an opportunity to influence change at community, local, and rural levels. And then we have now what we call national security and peace building. In the security sector, authorities recognize that the youths are both, and this is key, the youths are both key stakeholders in preserving peace and potential agents of instability if excluded from economic opportunities. If they are excluded from economic opportunities, if there is an uneven distribution of the nation's wealth and it affects the youth, then that would subsequently have some negative impact on national security. So luckily for us, the National Action Plan on Youth, Peace and Security sharing, actively finalizing the implementation of the UN and United Nations backed action plan, it serves as a comprehensive roadmap to transition youth from being vulnerable to violent extremism who became active protectors of community security. From being those who were looked at as vulnerable to violent extremism, now they are now being referred to as active protectors of community security. And then we look at now, lastly, under that, what we call dialogue and de-escalation. Institutions like the National Council for Civic Education and Development consistently hosts participatory programs with a view to dialogue and help security forces and youth understand root causes of conflict.
I think we lost him there again for a second. Are you here with me, Martin?
Yes, I'm here with you.
So, as he was saying, dialogue. Yes. It's an amazing time though. I am having so much fun just being here and just learning a lot. It's just impressive. Purely
It's
impressive.
impressive, really.
We really hope he comes back soon because we have our next guest, our last guest speaker with us here. Yes.
Hello, guys.
Yes.
Please, question. Please, I'm having issue in sending message in the message. I don't know. It's giving me issue to send a message in the message dialogue. I don't know why. It's asking me for a phone number or so.
You're trying to ask your
Send message
questions in the
in
chat,
the
but
message.
it's not allowing you to, correct?
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Okay, great. So hold on for a second. When we get to the question part, I think it will be easier for you to just ask your question. You can unmute your microphone then and try to ask your question. Then
Okay, thank you.
we'll give you time for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Ezekiel, I think we have so many questions coming up in
Okay.
the chat.
Are you able to see the questions?
Yeah, they're quite
Okay.
impressive and
Amazing.
very important.
Amazing. It's amazing. I like that very much. And I do also have questions, and I am trying
Right
to
there.
see here.
I think Mr. Sylvester is back.
Okay, great. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me? So
Yes.
so I was talking about research and governance. So for research and governance, the rationale is to ensure engagement is driven by data and sustainable skill building. The government and international partners emphasized policy-backed research and innovation. So it should not just be research, it should be policy-backed research and innovation. So the National Youth Policy and Strategy, which is given by the Ministry of Youth Affairs, and the country utilizes policy framework to address youth unemployment by funding skills development, entrepreneurship, and digital innovation. So there is also what we call research for global access. Research for global access. This is a program that is spearheaded by the Ministry of Information and Civic Education in partnership with some international organizations. So it has some cross-cultural initiatives, and the focus is to increase youth capacity in modern, global, and relevant research and data analysis. That is it. Now let's generally look at government interventions in these areas now. The government of Sierra Leone recognizes youth as those between the brackets of 15 and 35. That is clear. Now, this category of people, in as far as our country is concerned, it comprises of over a third of Sierra Leone's population, and they are increasingly recognized as a central hub to national stability and governance. So for national security and peace building, young people are transitioning from being vulnerable to conflict into vital drivers of sustainable peace. So under civic responsibility, civic engagement initiatives, they're there. Why do we want to have civic engagement initiatives? to educate young citizens on duties such as the need for you to be tax compliant, such as the need for you to hold government accountable against harmful practices, including child marriage, teenage pregnancy, align local activism with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These are programs that that government is undertaking. And so on research and advocacy, we want to ensure that youths are heard at regional and national levels. Young Sierra Leoneans participate in technical working groups and localized research. Now, for government and decision making, we want to increase young people's participation in political and community leadership by preventing recent projects such as Youth in Politics and Peace Building projects we launched in collaboration with Caritas Sierra Leone. So there's a whole program that looks at how youth can participate in politics for national development responsibly. So this program aims to address power discrepancies, promote youth agricultural and livelihood empowerment, and encourage young people to actively engage in local council and national policy formulation. And let me go to the Sierra Leone I would want to see. Now the Sierra Leone I would want to see is, for me, I would refer to it as a more just and prosperous society that attaches importance to the dignity and worth of the human personality, regardless of political, regional, or ethnic differences. So this could also mean that it should be a society where laws are respected, obeyed, and honored, policies are people-centered, and execution of assigned task becomes a hub upon which human existence depends, with a view to creating a country that caters for all and not just some. But let me end by saying that my bed would not accept me tonight. And probably my parents will ostracize me for ingratitude if I fail to, in a very special way, thank you for having a session like this, an interactive session like this that lays bare the facts and that creates the platform for people to understand what they should do as individuals, for government to understand the provisions and their responsibilities for the people, and for us all to believe that if we come together, there is no limit to what we can achieve. So Archimedes said, "Give me a ground to stand and I will move the earth." It means that collectively there is no limit to what we can achieve. Now the internet has done a lot of problems today. And we don't know why it is only today among all those other days. Only today. Now probably let me leave you with all I have been able to look at my 5 questions. Let me answer them because the internet has been badly inconsistent. So for me, on that aspect which has to do with what role do you believe young people in Sierra Leone should play in Sierra Leone's national security framework, I think young people should promote peace, social cohesion, and national unity within their communities through community-based organizations such as football clubs, attire bases, girls club, etc. They should report criminal activities, violence, drug abuse, and any suspected security threats to the appropriate authority. They should also use digital platforms responsibly by discouraging misinformation, hate speech, and incitement to violence. They should participate in community or neighborhood policies, civil dialogue, public awareness campaign, and peace building initiative. So that question that has to do with how can research and data help improve governance and policy making in Sierra Leone? It can help in many ways.
Yeah,
One of the ways is We have to have enabled policy makers to base decisions on credible evidence rather than assumptions. So we should identify the actual needs and priorities of citizens, particularly young people, whether
The
in
Martin,
academic
please
or
mute the
informal
mic.
sector.
Thank you very much. Sorry, sir, for that.
We should support the development of effective policies in education, employment, health, and national security. And with regards to data, we should strengthen transparency, accountability, and performance measurements in public institutions. There's a top question that said, what does civic responsibility mean to you? And how can young people practice it in their daily lives? Civic responsibility, as far as I'm concerned, refers to duties of citizens to contribute to development and stability of the nation. Young people can demonstrate civil responsibilities by obeying the law and respecting the rights of others. They can protect public property, promote environmental cleanliness, and support community development. They should reject violence, hate speech, corruption, tribalism.
Mr. Jonathan,
And other practices that
Mr.
undermine
Jonathan Jr., please mute your microphone. Thank you.
and other practices that undermine national unity. They can participate peacefully in elections, volunteer in their communities, and support constructive social change. And then probably the last question. How can Sierra Leoneans, students abroad contribute to national security and governance from where they are? And that is very important because I am going to be specific now to the National Union of Sierra Leone Students in the Russian Federation. You guys that are the organizers of this. So I believe that you should share knowledge, skills, and innovative ideas required through international education and exposure. You should conduct research on Sierra Leone's governance, security, and development challenges. You should out there mentor young people at home and contribute to civic education and leadership development. You should use digital platforms to promote peace, democratic values, cyber safety, and responsible citizenship. But more importantly, you should build academic, professional, and institutional networks that can support national development. Let me most respectfully at this point in time thank you, everyone, from the ambassador of Sierra Leone to the Russian Federation, the commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Commission, who is also one of the speakers, in fact, is the keynote speaker, and then the deputy minister of youth affairs of this country, among many, many speakers who have spoken. Let me thank every one of you, but particularly the organizers, the National Union of Sierra Leone Students in Russia, who deemed it fit and necessary for us to share a platform like this. I am honored, I am elated, and I am looking forward to having more exchanges and encounters of such natures. Let me also, in some kind of way, apologize for the technical, connectivity problems that we have today in this country. It is not just unique to us in Sierra Leone. We're being confronted with such problems, in the African countries, some of the African countries. So we want you to be our source. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Thank you very much. I'm Sylvester Laga, Deputy Director of Students Organized Crime and Counterterrorism Coordination Directorate in the Office of National Security, Office of the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lagal, for that. That was amazing. I believe we learned a lot. We heard everything you had to say, and that was very impressive. Marima, what do you think about everything he said?
Actually, I'm quite impressed with what Mr. Lagas say. I must say, as a human rights activist, there's a slogan we always tell people: rights are not free. Your right to speech only works if you know your responsibility to listen and not create panic. I've been working with the human rights for quite a long time since school, and I know how people, especially now that we are ECOWAS level, people run to us with a lot of things, but they come with very wrong initiative. You cannot go do something wrong and come run to human rights activists to advocate for you when you don't know your responsibilities. And I think Mr. Laga actually said a lot of things that I hope a lot of young people here today will learn that. And no, rights are not free. You have to first know your responsibilities before putting your rights first. Thank you very much, Mr. Laga. That was amazing. That was helpful to us, and we appreciate you, sir.
That was very very educational, and it's amazing that we've learned so much, and we've had so much to learn and so much to do. We have learned a lot about our civic responsibilities from the ambassador, from the commissioner, from the honorable deputy minister, as well as Mr. Naga. We have one more guest. I do not know. I'm trying to confirm that this Dr. Ahmed with us.
Hello, good evening. What's the surname you call again?
Dr. Ahmed.
Uh,
Yes. Okay, let's give it a minute and then we can go from there.
Go on, Ezekiel. Hello, Ezekiel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Sharif.
Oh, do I go
Dr.
on?
Sharif. Dr. Sharif, a minute, please, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Sorry. I think I'm also having connection issues now. But I need to properly introduce our next speaker. He's the president of Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association. He is a member of the Medical and Dental Council of Sierra Leone. He's a dental surgeon by professional training and practice. So he also holds a master's in health policy, planning, and financing from the London School of Economics and Political Science. He is a multiple award-winning entrepreneur. He is a Mandela Washington Fellow. He loves to read, write, and play football. I believe we're going to learn a lot about resilience as well because he is also a fan of the Champions of England Arsenal. Please help me welcome Dr. Ahmed Al Hassan Sharif.
Much, Ezekiel. Thank you, everybody. At some point, I'll be switching off the video so that we try to handle the network. But His Excellency the Ambassador of Sierra Leone to the Ocean Federation, distinguished guests, members of the National Union of Sierra Leone Students in Russia, fellow Sierra Leoneans, and especially the graduating class of 2026. Good afternoon, good evening, from wherever you are connecting from. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you today to discuss, this very timely topic, the future of Sierra Leone's healthcare. We must build together. The Sierra Leone we want to build. So I want to begin by congratulating every one of you Studying abroad is never easy. I know this not from theory, but from personal experience. I spent over a decade outside Sierra Leone pursuing both my undergraduate and postgraduate training. You know, from East Africa, from the US to the UK. I've had that experience. I know how difficult it is. I understand what it means to miss home, to adapt to new cultures, face academic pressure, and persevere through difficulties. That is why today I want to celebrate not only I do want to celebrate not only on your graduation, but also your resilience. As president of Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, I would also like to use this opportunity to extend a very special congratulations to our newly uh, qualified doctors. I was immensely proud when I heard about your outstanding performance in your final exam. You have really made Sierra Leone proud, and I look forward to welcoming you not only as graduates but as colleagues at our next annual General and Scientific meeting later this year. But today I want to invite you into something much bigger than our profession. Can you hear me?
Loud and
Yes,
clear,
sir, we
sir.
can hear you.
Okay. I want to invite you into a mission, the mission of building the Sierra Leone that we want, the mission of building the healthcare system that every Sierra Leonean deserves. And that mission is not for doctors alone. It belongs to every Sierra Leonean because healthcare is more than just treating diseases. It's about restoring dignity. It's about giving our mothers the confidence that childbirth will be safe. For say we mama them, we them go for go born, they not go die there. It's about ensuring that every child that is born in Sierra Leone has a chance. It's about our communities before disaster, strikes, before pandemic, before epidemics. Healthcare is one of the strongest foundations upon which we will build a successful nation. But where are we as a country? Before we talk about the future, we need to first have a honest reflection on where we are today. We've made significant progress, there is no doubt about it. We've expanded our health infrastructure. More hospitals, more health centers, are being established. We are training more doctors than we used to, more nurses, more pharmacists, more dentists, more laboratory scientists, as well as our allied health professionals. Our disease surveillance is strengthened. Ebola was catastrophic, but when it came to COVID, because of the lessons we learned, because of the preparedness, we had, COVID was much better. And Mpox was even better. That is because our surveillance systems for epidemics, for infectious diseases have been strengthened. The president recently launched the 300 days of activism to achieve triple zero preventable maternal deaths, zero preventable child deaths, zero dose children. What this means is that we have a political will to strengthen our healthcare probably than we've ever had. That shows there is support at the highest level, and that is achievement. That is something that we have to recognize. These are achievements we have to be proud of as a country. However, they should never make us complacent. We should celebrate progress because it gives us confidence, but we must never confuse those progress for completion. Our doctors, our young doctors, when they are taking the West African exams now, are having close to 100% pass rate. They are killing it. They are doing very well. That shows that our doctors in Sierra Leone have what it takes. These are all achievements we celebrate. Even you guys, you had this remarkable success over there in Russia. This is something we are proud of. These are successes we really have to recognize the government for, and ask ourselves, how do we build on those? But with these successes, there are challenges. There are rooms for improvement. There are things that we can build upon. We continue to face shortages of healthcare professionals. We currently have about 900 doctors. We need 5,000 doctors. So the gap is there. Who are filling those gaps? The doctors who are working currently. So it means one doctor is doing the job, the responsibility of at least 5 doctors. That is huge. One doctor in your pressure alone first don't do. For stretch you to your breaking point, let alone having to do that of 5. Particularly in underserved communities. Many of our facilities still require better equipment, better infrastructure, reliable supplies of essential medication. Our primary healthcare needs to be strengthened. We need to crack down on the quacks, illegal practitioners. Non-communicable diseases and infectious diseases are on the rise. Maternal and child health begs for more improvement. Mental health services require greater investment. As you can see, with substance abuse, the kush epidemic. And as a dentist, I must also highlight that oral health care remains underserved in many parts of our country, despite its close relation with overall health. We look at our financing. We still need more investment in healthcare. Sierra Leone is yet to meet the Abuja Declaration of 15% budgetary allocation. We're yet to meet that. That is a room for improvement. And perhaps our greatest challenge currently is ensuring that the quality of healthcare a person receives does not depend on their ability to earn, does not depend on where they live. Yet, I believe our greatest challenge is not that this problem exists. Our greatest challenge is whether we will use a generation that is ready to solve these challenges, that is ready to find solutions to them. And looking at you, I believe that that generation is here. So why do you matter? As a Sierra Leonean student currently in Russia, when people speak about healthcare, they often focus on the buildings. But the people, the human resource matter more than the buildings. Hospitals do not treat patients on their own. Healthcare professionals in those hospitals treat patients. The buildings are not important. The equipment, yes, are important. The buildings are important. The equipment are important. The technology is important. But without compassionate, competent healthcare professionals, these are simply tools waiting for someone to use. We talk a lot about technology, the AI, which is fantastic, but that does not replace the compassion that comes from a doctor. We have access to knowledge nowadays than we've ever before, but that does not replace the integrity, the professionalism a doctor or a medical practitioner carries. So the healthcare system depends on the caliber of professionals that we have entering this system. This is why I feel it's really, a huge success, by the leadership at NUSS-Russian Federation to set up such a platform, especially as you guys are preparing, to leave university and enter the workforce, whether in Sierra Leone or elsewhere. That is why your generation matters. You bring fresh knowledge, you bring global exposure, you bring new technologies, your research skills, digital innovation. But most importantly, you bring a different way of thinking. So whenever I meet a doctor who is studying out of Sierra Leone, I try to ask them, what are you bringing? Yeah, you could have been in Sierra Leone, trained here, be an excellent doctor, but we want you to bring something else. You left Sierra Leone, let me say this in Creole. You left Salon, you go out of Salon, you miss Salon weather, you miss Salon food, they miss you fumble them, you go Russia, cold place, new people, new food, challenges, obstacles. What is the added value that you are bringing? That is in line with the challenge that you've gone through. We want to have that different perspective. The doctor that trains in the UK, the one that trains in the US, want to bring all these perspectives together so that we can build our healthcare system. So our responsibility back here is to create the opportunity, is to ensure that there is a platform for you guys to thrive. When I was in medical school, our dean of faculty had a popular quote. Just a second, let me connect my. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir.
Good. Our dean of faculty used to say, to be a doctor, you must be more than a doctor. And that is a lesson that stayed with me throughout my career. Have knowledge of the healthcare system. You need to have knowledge about medicine. You need to have the skills. Then you need to have the ethics. So these are the three foundations of medical education. But you should not limit yourself there. Professionalism. You have to be multidimensional. You know me say, when you see common hospital, you lack relevance. Yes, you can treat your patients very well, but is that where it stops? As a doctor, you're a leader. You're a mentor. You're a problem solver. You're a lifelong learner. People look up to you in your community. So being a doctor doesn't end in the hospital. When you go to your community, you lead because people listen to you, people trust you. You need to be open to learn. Medicine is changing rapidly. One thing they told us back in the days, which I found out to be true, is that by the time you complete your medical education and you come and start working, half of what you've already learned, or 2/3 of what you've already learned, research would have proven to be false, or a better way of doing it. So a certain procedure where they do this particular way today, after 5 years, then they do and so again. New machine go don't can, new medication go don't can. So if you just stay to what you've been doing before, or just what you've learned in Russia, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, you would have been left behind. So as a doctor, for us to build the Sierra Leone that we want, you have to be open to learning. New trends, artificial intelligence. You ask yourself, okay, how do I use artificial intelligence now to become a better doctor? People are talking about telemedicine. People are talking about precision medicine, digital health. So as a doctor, you should not stop growing. You should not stop learning. So you've done a fantastic job with your education, but this is the beginning. Medical school gives you the key. It teaches you how to learn. It teaches you curiosity. It teaches you humility. That's always more to learn. That's why you look at our medical books, as a medical student, you go to exam, you never go into an exam 100% sure that you are going to pass or that you are going to score very high grades. You'll be confident in yourself that, okay, I've done my part. Let's see what happens. you need to be open to learn. Your degree is not the end of your education, it's only the beginning. Healthcare today is multidisciplinary. You, as a doctor, you are not just going to be working with doctors. You are going to be working with nurses. You are going to be working with pharmacists, with laboratory technicians, with dental surgeons, with public health specialists. You have to have that realization that everybody has. You treat them as your colleagues. You treat them as partners. You be open-minded to learn from them, to share what you know with them. Every member of the healthcare system has something valuable to contribute. When we respect one another's expertise, our patients receive better care. Empathy. So when I talk, I can't talk about excellence without talking about empathy. Because for you to be an excellent doctor, you have to be empathetic. So now that you've graduated, congratulations to the guys who got the best grades. But now when you are in practice, the patient is not going to know who scored the highest marks, who was the best in medical school. The patient is going to know who is this doctor who is empathetic. The patient can hospital, you can meet in a corner or PCMH, in order for no that become force. Because that is certificate, where you can, you do your process, you for pull full and fine, you frame and fine, you put on under your box. Maybe now once in a year you touch am, or once in 2 years, or once in 3 years. But every single day, the patient they encounter. So that doctor where they communicate with am well, where they receive am well, where they engage the patient, e dey educate am, e dey sensitize am about wetin e dey do for am, na im the patient sabi as the best doctor. So when patient dey refer somebody to other doctor, e no say dat day na im become force. Trust me, e dey say dat doctor sabi talk to person. So for you to be an excellent doctor, here is the trick. Always put yourself na the patient in shoe. If me sick, ask yourself, if na me sick na kind of hospital, the doctor wey I dey meet, how I go want let e treat me? Dat way the way you go want, na so you for treat every single patient. And trust me,
Were you still here with us, Dr. Ahmed? Alright.
Yeah, I think we lost Dr. Al Hassan Sharif.
Yes.
Ezekiel, what do you think so far?
Well, I've had so many questions, and I've had so many answers to most of the questions I had. I mean, I do still have certain questions for certain guest speakers. I believe I had questions for the ambassador, and but so far so good. I think we're calm and calculated. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I was quite interested in this last part he was talking because let's leave this out of education. Mostly you find when people are successful, they start looking down on the low person who is not within their standards. You start noticing attitude change, especially speaking wise. We have a lot of educated people who are having issues because they don't know how to speak to people. And especially with patients, I think that's very important. Very, very important.
Yes, exactly. I believe some people are taught to not really regard other people at certain point, but I think him explaining that better to us has helped us understand more and understand better how to properly navigate a situation like this as a doctor with your patient, as a doctor with your fellow colleagues and co-workers, nurses, and so on. I believe that that is important for us to know.
Very.
And I think in that we are waiting on him and he's yet to come. Do we still have the Honorable Ambassador with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm still with you.
Okay, amazing. I believe, Marimer, you had questions you want to ask him, so we can start with that, and then we'll go from there as we wait on Dr. Leon.
His Excellency, sir, thank you once more for your speech. It was quite inspiring, I must say. But, sir, can you do us the honor by choosing from number one to number five, any number of your choice?
You mean you're talking about the questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Uh, you know what? Let me kind of do an overdrive here.
Okay.
I was thinking that you guys were going. By the way, the last speaker was really excellent. I enjoyed the most of the things that he was saying, and then I was amazed to learn that we have added 400 doctors to the 500 doctors I used to know. So now there are 900 doctors, and then we have like 5,000 needed. So all the doctors that have just finished, we should just push them to go to Sierra Leone. And then I'm wondering why, or probably you had a question for him, because that question has been many times posed to me to help facilitate registration and to make sure the students, medical doctors who have finished, do not go through rigors of bureaucratic registration. So I think
Hello.
the Dr. Sharif is back. I think that question should be posed to Dr. Sharif so he knows that
Hello.
there's a question like that is being posed to the embassy. Having said that, let me move on.
Hello.
Uh,
Yes,
the
Dr. Sharif. I think
Yes.
he's back.
if he wants to carry on, I can wait.
Okay, over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So what was the last thing? What was the last thing you heard from my end?
You were talking about the discipline
Empathy
of
and sympathy.
the respect for patients, etc.
Okay. All right. So I'm wrapping up. All right. So what I was saying is we have to be empathetic as medical practitioners for us to get the Sierra Leone that we want, for us to get the healthcare system that we want. If every medical practitioner, whether a doctor, a nurse, a pharmacist, a lab technician, treats a patient the way they would want to be treated when they are patients, half of the problem of our healthcare system would have been solved. It would have been solved. So this is what I would really urge for. And then on the message, I said I had a message. Many of you will be asking yourselves whether you should return home after graduation, but only you can make that decision. From my experience, when I graduated, I did my house job, took the exam, board exams, I passed. I had the option of continuing in Sudan, a very good offer at the time, or move to the Gulf states, where there is high demand for dentists and they are being paid very well. But I looked at the numbers. For example, Sudan had 15,000 dentists, and Sierra Leone had only 20. 11 of those 20 were foreign practitioners who come temporarily and go. So what difference do I make as part of 15,000 dentists as compared to being an additional to the 9, making it 10? So this was my thought process. How much contribution can I make? So I decided to come back. So even when I went for a follow-up study in the US, I decided to come back because Sierra Leone is our country. And it is our responsibility to build the Sierra Leone that we want. I went to the UK last year, did my master's. I had an option to stay, but I decided to come back. And since coming back, and I told you about the concerns people have, you go study, you go study, you go study, you decide for come back, you go America, you go study, you decide for come back na Salone, you go study, you decide for come back Salone. But if I go, whether they can be the Salone we want. So my preference, my decision at the time, and I'll make it over and over again, is to come back and serve. And I'm saying this, not that the people who decide to pursue, go somewhere else, are not serving Sierra Leone. No, they are. People in the US, we have doctors in the US who are working with us. They are bringing outreaches, they are bringing research, they are bringing partners. So the bottom line is, Salone we own, now we get for make am. Now we get for make Salone, don't not give up on Salone. No matter how side we go, now they can make this country. So I came back. What came? I was only 4 dentists working with the government of Sierra Leone. I started in Connaught. It was challenging. I had all the equipment when I was working in Sierra Leone. I came to Connaught. They gave me an empty room with a dental chair, an old dental chair that's been 20 or 30 years old. I had to get every single equipment from scratch. I didn't stop there. I mobilized the colleagues. So in just 5 years, I'm now the head of the dental unit at Connaught Hospital. And I can tell you, from one, I think we only had 2 working surgeries at the time. Now we have 5 surgeries. That's the treatment rooms. Since I became the head in January, we have our revenue generation is 400%. These are just my contributions to have. I set up a private clinic because when I started, I wasn't getting some of my equipment, and there are people who don't want to come to public facilities. I set up a private clinic called Sierra Dental Clinic. So I work in Connaught for most part of the day. In the evenings, I'm in my private clinic. So if you are okay to come to the government service, you meet me in my private clinic. And the impression, the target of opening that private clinic. So I'm here in Sierra Leone. I'm doing consultations for dental clinic in the US, in the UK. They are paying me. So the question behind setting that private clinic was that, look, we don't want you to leave Sierra Leone for go UK for dental treatment, for go America for dental treatment. We count and for you in Salone. We are bringing it down here for you. So this is the spirit we should have. If you are coming to Sierra Leone, come back, let's build our country. No matter if you decide to stay, have that passion that it is your responsibility. Like when the billows, all man they touch block, you self gather your own block. Wait, actually say, what's not this block when we say they contribute? When cement when we say they contribute, for all build the Sierra Leone that we want. So whether you decide to come back or you decide to stay, don't disconnect from Sierra Leone. This is the core message. Because for us to build the Sierra Leone that we want, each and everyone have, a role to play. So as I conclude, my challenge to you is this popular quote: don't ask wetin salon don do for me, but wetin do for salon. Wetin na this unique knowledge, wetin na this unique skill wey I get wey I can able come back salon and can contribute for us build the salon that way. Every graduate, if every one of us commits to improving one hospital, one student, one research project, one training college, serving underserved communities, inspiring young people to pursue excellence, our healthcare system will be transformed one professional at a time. Great nations are not built by ordinary people, by extraordinary people doing extraordinary things at once. They are built by ordinary people doing.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed Al-Hassan Sharif, for that. That was
Said by
amazing.
each one of you,
Uh,
I believe deeply that your generation can build a healthcare system that is stronger, that is more equitable, more innovative, more compassionate than the one that we inherited. So I leave you with this final challenge. Wear your white coat with humility, practice with competence, live with integrity, and never stop learning. And wherever life takes you, never stop believing that you have something to contribute to Sierra Leone. Because the future of Sierra Leone's healthcare will not be built by the government of Sierra Leone alone. It will not be built by doctors alone. It will be built by all of us working together. I want to make a plea to our colleagues who are not medical practitioners. You are going to be ambassadors. You are going to, like our ambassador is contributing hugely to healthcare. Everybody there will work for playing in healthcare. So when I listen to the introduction about our ambassador providing 15 scholarships for medical students, that is him contributing to building the healthcare that we want in Sierra Leone. So our politicians have a role to play. Our finance experts have a role to play. Together, let us build the healthcare system our people deserve. I want to thank you all. I want to thank our ambassador for being, an amazing father to you guys, for looking over you, for the really good work he's doing. I want to thank the leadership of the National Union of Sierra Leone Students, the Russian Federation. I want to thank you all for your audience, and I look forward to engaging further. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharif. I think His Excellency asked you a question, but it was rather unfortunate you had issues with your internet. I think he would like to ask again. His Excellency, over to you, sir.
Well, I have my own questions to answer anyway, but because the students here have been posing this question to me, and I know my office is not the correct office to be asked those questions. So that is the reason why I wanted them to use this opportunity to ask you the question.
Okay.
How can you minimize the bureaucratic registration of our students? Because most of our students are complaining about the registration process.
Okay.
And then, besides that, few who have been in Sierra Leone before have complained, but it appears that you've already rectified that, have complained that they were sitting exams, qualified doctors from Russia sitting exams with students. So, how can you help facilitate, expedite the registration of our newly qualified doctors? And believing that you have said you only have 900 doctors and then you need 5,000.
Yes.
And some of these guys who have completed in Russia are completed from some of the best universities there. And I have interacted with 99.9% of them. They will be excellent, they will make excellent doctors. So we don't want to lose them, because
Yes.
if you frustrate their registration, they're gonna go somewhere else.
Yes.
So how can we expedite and facilitate their registration so they are not frustrated and start calling my office again for support?
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Ambassador, Your Excellency. That's actually one of the issues that we are pushing for now. So when I came in to office in February, the doctors, especially the junior doctors, had 5 points, and one of them was you know the length the, the length of time it takes before doctors are absorbed into the system, which is something we've been pushing for. So we had five things which were highlighted, and unfortunately, they are not in my office as president of Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association. So we are actually the ones advocating for it, for that to be addressed. When it comes to the examination specifically, uh, I believe it's an act of parliament that all foreign trained doctors should undergo an examination process, and that examination is conducted twice a year. I don't know about the other bureaucratic challenges they are getting when it comes to registering with the Medical and Dental Council, because there are two processes here. You register with the Medical and Dental Council as a doctor who is just coming, and then you take the exam. But they did organize something like an orientation program. So if a doctor is coming, this is optional, where a doctor will spend like 6 months in doing postings in the hospitals, and on completion, they take the exam. And that was to give them like a soft landing. But if a doctor comes in and wants to take the examination right away, you do your registration, you take the exam, you pass, and then you start your house job. So that's where the second process comes in. And this has to do with the Ministry of Health. That is on the employment side of Ministry of Health, the HRMO. So if the challenge is with the registration of the medical council, I'll be more than happy to look into it a bit further to help, because I just joined council last month. So this is a concern I'll be happy to table. On the side of the employment to the government of Sierra Leone, engaging the HRMO, we're engaging the Health Service Commission and officials at the Ministry of Health. And what they tell you, I think it sort of links to the budget that is being made. As normally they prepare the budget around October, November. So if they know that this is the number of healthcare practitioners they want to take, so that contributes to it lagging. But we are not listening to it. We still keep pushing. So if I get your question clear again, we have two parts. If the challenge is with the licensing and registration, that's where the bureaucratic process is. I'm happy to look into it, happy to help directly, because I have a hand on this. If it has to do with that of the
Employment.
employment, Honorable Ambassador, I'm happy to have you to also have closer communication on this, so that we can keep pushing. For the more voices we have joining our fight,
Yes.
for our doctors to be absorbed right away, the better. And it's not only affecting them, even our doctors that are graduating from Sierra Leone. So last year we had 79 doctors who graduated, and they were at home for 8 months. And we bear the risk of losing them, because when a doctor don't graduate, as you don't know, if I see opportunity, I they go. But this is something, to be honest with you, bureaucratic processes, sometimes the system, the way they're slow, all they contribute to this. But we are pushing for it. We keep pushing.
Dr. Sharif, before I also proceed, because this is really an interactive now between you and I, because some of my headache, because the the organizers, the host, has been so unfair. They gave me questions that they should have given you. So I want to clear my headache right in front that here. But before I proceed with my second, I want to commend you for the work that you've done. Uh, is he here? Is he gone? Is
I
Dr.
think we
Sharif
lost
gone?
him. I think
Oh
he went.
no. Huh. This can I recommend that the organizers think about another system next time, please?
We'll look into
This
that, sir.
system, this
Sir.
system has been a little bit headache, and this is the reason why we are still here at almost 21:20.
Yeah.
Okay, and the question I wanted to ask, the next thing I wanted to bring to him was very, very, very important. And now he's not there. Anyway, okay. Uh, let me go to my own question that you I remember you when it comes I will pose the question. I wanted to ask him whether they can make a concerted effort for social support for the new doctors who are going. Okay, that is very important. That's the question I wanted to pose to him, but he's left. Because that's one question that my guys.
Yeah, sorry,
Is he back?
I missed
Yes,
part of
yes.
your. Hello, yeah, I'm back.
Oh, oh,
I
doc,
missed
oh,
part of your question.
no, doctor. I wanted to say thank you very much for the work that you've done and you are
Okay,
doing.
thank you.
And I want to also commend you for this brilliant statement that you made today. And I was very pleased that you did not only make the statement in English, in the very brilliant English, but you also made it very brilliantly also in Creole for all of us to understand. I want to say thank you very much for that. The 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 last thing I wanted to ask, because that's part of my questions that the guys posed to me. How can we all together help these newly qualified students who are going to become, I'm still calling them students until they are registered and start practicing. These newly qualified doctors, how can we all help them to readjust to life, to resettle back in Sierra Leone? I remember some years back when Professor Woody was the Minister of Health, I raised an issue about housing for the doctors who are returning. And the reason being, with no disrespect to any of the guys, the ladies and gentlemen who have completed, with no disrespect, but some of them are coming from not well to do family backgrounds. So if they go back to Sierra Leone, they're probably going to be staying in some of the same appalling conditions that they left to come here to study. Can we all know, because I'm going to put myself in the mix, can we all, but more so you guys on the ground, can we all not work concertedly to make efforts where we can help them with social housing or something? Or because I know now that there are people building houses all over the place, mortgage system, because these guys are medical doctors. And I believe that if they sign up to something and they start working, they will pay. So is it not possible that we can actually try to also help them with social housing or something that can kind of settle them initially when they come so that they don't return to the same conditions that they have left when they came to Russia or other places? Is there anything that you know that I don't know that we can be able to help? It looks like we lost Doctor again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you hear
Hello.
me? Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to facilitate to exchange numbers between you two so you can actually have this dialogue and see how best you can help our newly
Okay,
graduated
so
officers.
let me then go to my questions.
Mhm.
Okay. Is it So I wasn't
Oh,
hearing
is
the
that
ambassador. Yes, but
okay?
if I hope the rapporteur took note of them. I'll be happy to look into those concerns and respond because
Okay.
I wasn't getting you.
My question was to do with housing and accommodation
Uh,
support. Okay. So let's move on. I will go to my questions, uh, and you can know why I asked that question. Uh, my question here, moderators, am I protected?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
um,
thank you. Uh, so the role of the diaspora in the national development. So, what do you believe is the most important contribution the diaspora can make to Sierra Leone's development? How can Sierra Leonean students in Russia maintain a strong connection to their home country while studying abroad? What advice would you give to graduates who are considering staying abroad versus returning home? How can the embassy better support Sierra Leonean students in Russia beyond the current engagement? So, Dr. Sharif, you may have heard me why I was actually going through some of those questions, some of those issues that I was discussing with you. Because these questions, some of them should have been posed to you and not to me. But let me attempt to answer. Uh,
His Excellency,
we,
sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. The thing is, you are only entitled to answer one question out of them
okay,
due to
I will
time
answer
mhm.
one
constraint.
question. I will answer one question. Thank you very much. What do you believe is the most important contribution the diaspora can make to Sierra Leone's development? Okay. Uh, what is the diaspora? We have there's no global count of the number of Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora. We don't have figures, official figures, but there is a number that is going around that we have about 1.2 million. Because I went to the internet, went on searching, asked people in Freetown. So the number that came out was 1.2 million Sierra Leoneans abroad. Okay, so, and they are largely in United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Guinea, Liberia, and other ECOWAS countries. So you can realize that that's 20% of our national population, because our national population is between 8.9 to 9 million. Okay, so that number is our national 20% of our national average. So the United Kingdom has got about 150,000 to 300,000 Australians. United States has got 100 to 200,000. Guinea has got 100 to 250,000. And many arrived during the war. Liberia has got about 50 to 150,000. Canada, 20,000 to 50,000. Germany, 10,000 to 20,000. Netherlands, 5 to 15,000. Ireland, 3 to 10,000. Australia, 2 to 5,000. So we we have to understand that the diaspora is already doing something for Sierra, because the in the recent figures suggest that the annual remittance of the diaspora to Sierra Leone is between 300 to 500 million dollars. 300 to 500 million dollars. That's what the diaspora is already pouring into Sierra Leone. Okay, so these transfers, although mostly are individual transfers, they help households pay for education, healthcare, housing, small business investment, and daily living expenses. So there are also Sierra Leoneans who are investing in real estate businesses, professional activities, charitable projects, technology, entrepreneurship initiatives, tourism, and culture. So, and many diasporas are also now open pharmaceuticals, what we call attackers here in Sierra Leone. They are they have businesses that they are employing Sierra Leoneans in Sierra Leone. So already, what I'm trying to justify here, the diaspora is already helping a lot. Okay, but what's lacking is the coordination of the diaspora. Is the coordination, because we have had in the past that there has been a diaspora office, a state house. I think there was an attempt to open one at the Minister of Foreign Affairs, etc. But it's not being really coordinated. And I think some other countries like Ghana, that's why they opened the Bank of Ghana in England. So most diasporas that are sending money to Ghana, they send through that bank. And therefore, it is actually kind of counted and accounted for, and they pay tax. So you can realize that among the $300 to $500 million that are going to Sierra Leone, government may not be benefiting from any of that money, because government does not go to individual pockets. You and I, many of us who lived, because I count myself also as a diaspora, because I lived once in England for several years. And then I know that we used to send a lot of money to Sierra Leone. We do still send money, but most of that money, it doesn't go through the state. So the state does not really kind of account for everything that the diaspora is sending. Because some of these figures are from the World Bank and the IMF. They're not even from our governments. So if governments kind of structure, putting a structure, a coordinated structure to that actually determine what the diasporas are bringing and how the state can benefit from that. In a way, not the state probably taxing it, but the money goes through the state, so the state knows exactly that how much money is coming in. I was told the by the former Bangladeshi ambassador that 25% of the budget, Bangladeshi budget, is from diaspora remittance. But the Sierra Leone budget won't count for that, because Sierra Leone budget, the money doesn't go to through the government. So the diaspora support to governance, the diaspora support to technological improvement, the diaspora support to improving job opportunities is immense already. So we will only suggest that it's be coordinated so that many people can benefit from this. But also, there are also some negative experiences from the diaspora, because we have known that some of our diaspora people, like in Holland or even England or in other places, have been responsible for exporting products that are made, that are used to make kush. So, as much as the diaspora also has some positives, they have some negatives. And some, even some diasporas, when you meet them in Sierra Leone, when they visit, their behavior is even more negative than the people that they meet. And so, what we need to also do as some diasporas, the diaspora should start having respect for the people that are in Sierra Leone, the natives that are in Sierra Leone. They don't look at them as low. I think Marama was the one who used that phrase earlier. And the people in Sierra Leone, the home base, should not also be looking at the diaspora as aliens, because there is that friction between the diaspora and the home base already. In fact, they gave them a name JC. There's always that friction. So the home base and the JC should try to work together coordinatedly to improve the lives of Sierra Leoneans. To conclude, I think the diaspora is already helping. It's just a matter of coordination, but they are already helping immensely enough in our society. So that's what I would say on the diaspora contribution.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. We appreciate that and we take that into consideration. Thank you very much. Our next question will go to Honorable Patrick Michaelson Jabrila. Sir, you're only entitled to one question, and you're only given 4 minutes to speak about it due to time. We're sorry about that. Over to you, Honorable Patrick.
Thank you very much. But I hope you're getting me right.
Loud and clear, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Uh, I constructively put all the questions together, but our student is asking me what are three specific initiatives that Ministry of Youth Affairs welcome from students around the world over the next 1 year. So we have three concrete high impact initiatives the Ministry of Youth Affairs will genuinely welcome from students abroad over the next years. So one idea, um, don't wait until you return home, like I initially said, to start contributing, start building value now from where you are. Um, be a global Sierra student in innovation network because it will help a lot. You have to collaborate, uh, maybe on practical solution for you developing challenges back home. Because if you have a focus area, you talk about the deliverables, you talk about the impact, then I think let's try to be talking about the diaspora use case transfer program. Probably that one as well can help because the ministry are strongly thinking of that. You know, let's see how we could, accelerate skills development without, requiring physical relocations. Because, and also there is another thing we are thinking of when we initially tried to launch the youth envoy office. We wanted a diaspora youth investment and macro grant funds, because we have a lot of young people at the diaspora as well that we think they need funds, maybe to start business, and that business will impact back home. So we had that strong conviction. So we actually um, initiated the office through His Excellency the President, and that was very small but powerful mechanisms that we could have able to manage the Sierra Leonean youth population, and maybe we'll have a youth-led project that we actually cater and target for our diaspora youth. Because like I already mentioned, now almost all the young people, most if not about 80% of the young people that are students, people that are youth students are young people. So if we empower young innovators while building the culture, young innovators at home while building the culture, you know, the diaspora, and we try to develop that one. It will work. From my background as an accountant, I believe we can fix this up by fixing our own youth entrepreneurship bank because we have a lot of young people who are also very innovative. Like when they are introducing the co-host, wise she's doing whatever she's doing at the diaspora, acquiring skills and knowledge. But again, I was informed largely that she's an entrepreneur. So how can we, as youth ministry, now try to get that one as a blueprint for us? So that is why we actually benched on the Marco Grant Fund, a 1 year blueprint that will ensure that diaspora students youth innovators come together and we structure it. So this was actually structured, but it has not started implementation. We also have young people who does come back home, and maybe before coming, they must have seen something they think they can do, but they might be limited by resources. So we're also planning to have a macro grant for the, you know, a small grant that can cater for young people whilst they try to come back home. We also try to form. We're also trying to create a hub at our current new office that we're relocating soon. The downstairs a hub where you can be anywhere in the dashboard. So now we will have an interactive portal, a system, a dashboard where young people, you'll be around the world, you interact with us, the ministry, because you log into the portal, you tell us your constraint. We have students who are also dropping out, not because they want to, but maybe they have underlying factors. So you come to the portal, you interact, we have your opinion, your questions, we have all your thoughts, then we find possible solutions how we could manage it. So that was also an initiative that was supported by World Bank. It's a 1.5 million initiative that we have this platform set for young people, which is almost at the advanced stage. It is 95% completed. It was under review before I left for Canada so that we can see how interactive the platform will be. People will send questions and how those questions can be amicably answers and solutions to young people's problem. So we also have these tech hubs, not only here, you know. So we had a lot of initiative, but like I said, I'll just zero my answers around that because I have been questioned and also asked to speak for only 4 minutes and only answer one question. But I believed in my answering one question, I made justice to the other ones and just speaks around them so that you will be well informed on how these work for young people as well. So yes, if there's any other question, I think I can answer them. But be rest assured that one of the strong mechanisms we're putting together as a youth ministry, it is for us to have the youth entrepreneurship bank. That is a single credit Civic loan and bank, where young people, you have your, no matter the qualification you have or if you don't have, but young people are coming back on the diaspora, they will sit for like 1, 2 years seeking for a job or looking for a better placement. So think if the youth entrepreneurship bank is actually open and available for them, they can start thinking on what we can do as young people so that we become job creators instead of we are with job seekers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Patrick Michael Sinjabrilla. We appreciate that. So going forward, because of time, we will now call on Dr. Sama Banya, who is an orthopedic surgeon, to give remarks on specialization after MBBS. Dr. Sama Banya, over to you, sir. We're quite sorry. Now we're running out of time, sir. We're sorry, but you have only 5 minutes to do that. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Doctor, over to you.
okay. Good evening, um, esteemed speakers, um, colleagues, and fellow doctors. Good day to you all. Earning an MBBS degree is one of the most demanding intellectual journey a person may undertake. When finally you put on the white coat as a graduate, it feels like you've reached the summit of a massive mountain. But as an experienced doctor, we tell you, it's simply a starting line. Today, in the world of medicine, it is vast. And that brings us to the crucial medical specialization. Choosing a specialty after MBBS is about transitioning from knowing something about everything
to knowing everything about something. It's a process of finding your true calling. With that being said, the pathways before you are incredibly diverse. For those who thrive under high pressure, love quick decision making, and enjoy working with their hands, surgical specialties like general surgery, orthopedics, plastic surgery are a good calling. If you prefer deep clinical puzzles, long-term patient relationships, internal medicine, pediatrics or cardiology might be your home. If you want to impact thousands of lives at once rather than one patient at a time, feels like public health research offer immense global impact. How do you make this choice? It comes down to three simple questions. What is your passion? What was the rotation during your medical school that you didn't feel like will work? What's your temperament? Do you enjoy the instant gratification of the surgical procedure or the patient observation of clinical therapy? What lifestyle do you want? Different specialties demand different lifestyles and sacrifices regarding on-call, work-life balance. Remember that there is no superior specialty. A pediatric surgeon and a public health officer are equal. Vital gears in machines in public in the global health. As you contemplate on your next step, do not choose a field based solely on prestige or peer pleasure. Choose a specialty that aligns with your personality because you will be practicing it for the next 30 to 40 years. The world needs our dedication, intellect, and our empathy. As Dr. Sharif said, take time to explore your opinion, step confidently into the next chapter of your medical career. Thank you, everyone, and I wish all of us the best in our future specialties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That was very vital for some of us who are still in the field, uncertain on what we want to do. I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. Going forward, I would like to call on the Sierra Leonean International Students Association. Firstly, I will go with the Maka Jallo, President of Sierra Leonean Students in Hungary. Okay, I think she's unavailable right now, having technical issues. Okay, moving forward, um, I'm calling on Joshua Moinia, President of Sierra Leone Students in China. Over to you. I'm sorry, but you have only got 3 minutes to give your remarks. We're really sorry about this. The time have gone beyond expectations. Over to you. Mr. Joshua, are you with us? Okay, without wasting time, I think he is also experiencing some technical issues. I'll go further to Fiona, the president of the Sierra Leone students in the Republic of Sierra Leone. Over to you, madam. Madam Fiona, are you with us? Okay, without wasting much time, I'm moving forward to Michael Smart, president of Sierra Leonean Students Union in South Korea. Mr. Michael, are you with us? Okay, I think also Mr. Michael is not here. Moving forward, we're giving opportunities to you all, but it has a time limit of 1 minute to ask your question. And I would like to make this known that Mr. Emmanuel, can you please switch off your microphone? Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. So, oh my God. So moving forward, you can ask your questions, but I would like this known to you that most of our guest speakers, due to busy schedules, are probably not with us right now. But just leave your questions, and your question will be answered later. If you're a Sierra Leonean student studying in Russia, but rest assured that your questions will meet the various people. For instance, we don't have here with us the commissioner and also Mr. Sylvester Laga, but we have His Excellency Ambassador is here with us. We have also Honorable Patrick Michelson Jabrila. He's here with us, and also we have Dr. Ahmed Al Hassan Sharif. Over to you, the audience. Miss Kalon, switch on your microphone, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ishma Tukalan, second year medical student in the Russian Federation. Today was a very impactful day. I got to learn a lot of things from different sectors of life. So my questions are followed. So I start with His Excellency Ambassador. You emphasize on the importance of career guidance. And like this question is coming from a place like something I experienced. So I'm like requesting, what advice would you give to young people who are torn between pursuing their passion and meeting expectations? Because as we know in Sierra Leone, career choices are not made based on talent. They are made based on family pressure, based on the economic challenges we are facing, and like the status and everything like that. So like what advice would you give to young people that are caught between passion and talent and family expectations? That is my first question. And you also mentioned legacy building. So I would like to know, how can young people be encouraged to think beyond immediate personal success and actively prioritize legacy building in their career choices and civic action? And I think that for Ahmed Hassan is also here. You also talk about empathy, which is central in fixing healthcare delivery. So my question is, how can newly graduated doctors balance technical excellence with empathy and be in, like we know Sierra Leone is under resourced, we have under resourced hospitals. So how can these newly young doctors be able to balance technical excellence with empathy? And my last question is for, I think, Mr. Sylvester. I don't know if he's here, but if you're here,
Unfortunately, he's not with us.
okay. So, but I think Honorable Deputy Minister is with us. So my question, I think you've answered my question, so no need to ask. So these are the two questions that I have for the speakers available. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mrs. Kalon or Miss Kalon. Um, so for the various guest speakers, questions were directed to you. The platform is yours, dear sir. Please, you only have 3 minutes to answer these
Okay.
questions.
The okay, thank you very much. Really brilliant questions. And then that tells me that Miss Calon has been really been paying attention to what has been said here. To the first question, career guidance. You had me say that that's probably one of our difficulties in Sierra Leone. You encounter no career guidance from nursery school, primary school, secondary school, university. So most people are left in limbo, or they follow like Samabanya said they follow their friends. So what I would say in regards to that is follow your dreams and follow your passion. That is a clear career guidance until we are able to put a structured career guidance in our nursery schools, in our primary schools, secondary schools, and universities in Sierra Leone. But also, one important thing is have a role model. Have somebody that you admire that has done something that you think that they are doing the right thing, not somebody that is doing something negative. Seek advice from that person. Even now that you are a student, there must be somebody or people, a group of people that you admire the way they are carrying themselves, the way they are doing things. So seek their advice, talk to them, and see what areas that will best suit you in your future career. So that's why I will probably say that. And I've emphasized many times that we need to have a role modeling in the student union, and I believe that. Emmanuel will probably attest to that, and previous presidents will attest to that. That I've always emphasized role modeling, so that you have role models that they can actually, people that can actually advise you into what you were doing. Legacy. Legacy is not something that is isolated to you, the student. The legacy is to all of us. Anything you are doing, make sure that it will benefit people after you. So now you are medical students, you're going to be a medical doctor. Your service to the nation, your positive service to the nation will be your legacy. Whatever you leave behind tomorrow, whichever patients that you will see tomorrow, whichever patient you are going to be emphatic with, or whichever patient you're going to offer your good services to, it will be your legacy. They will talk about you tomorrow. They will say tomorrow that that Ishmael to lady Kalon, that Ishmael to that Dr. Kalon is a very good doctor. That's your legacy. In our communities, Dr. Kalon, today, you go, they will, Ishmael, they will say, this doctor was very good. We used to have a very good doctor here. We used to have a very good teacher here. We used to have a very good nurse here. That's a legacy. That's a legacy that we should all strive to live in our communities. Let's all avoid negatives and always be positive and leave a positive legacy. Because that's the only way we could build a nation. Thank you. I hope I've answered your questions, Miss Calon.
Yes, sir, you did. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. I think Dr. Ahmed Al Hassan Sharif, Miss Kalon asked you a question. Are you here with us, sir? Okay, rather unfortunate. Miss Kalon asked Honorable Patrick Michelson Jabrila, or she said the question have been answered. Yeah.
Already answered. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have Toure Sandi. Toure Sandi, over to you. You have only 1 minute to ask your questions. And please
Sorry.
note the speakers that are not here with us right now. Over to you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. The name is Ture Sahidu, please.
Okay, stand to be corrected. Sorry.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. This question go directly to Mr. Laga. But unfortunately, I need to understand he left. But please make this question available to him, please. The question is following the recent fact-finding missions on the Caldera border standoff with Guinea in Falaba district. What long-term mechanism is the ONS putting in place to prevent shared incidents and protect citizens in border communities from reoccurring harassment? Are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Your
I hope
question.
it's clear.
Your
Let me
question is
repeat it.
clear.
Let me repeat again.
Yes, sir.
Following the recent fact-finding mission on the Caliere border standoff with Guinea in Falaba district, what long-term mechanisms is the ONS putting in place to prevent shared incidents and protect citizens in border communities from reoccurring harassment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Toure. That was a vital question. because it has to do with the safety of our fellow Sierra Leoneans. Um, I don't know who this person is, but your hand is up.
Yeah, well,
Okay, I think um, I will speak on behalf of the students body in Russia, and my question goes directly to His Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Yangawo. Sir, with due respect, we all see the situation happening in the Russia Federation. I stand here as a voice for my fellow students to ask you this question, sir. When will our stipends be paid?
You see, I anticipated this question once you said you were going to ask a question, and I was going to say immediately. I was going to say no questions was relating to stipend. So I was going to ban all questions relating to stipend, but I wasn't too fast. And I can see the Deputy Minister of Sports youth is actually laughing at me. Anyway, the only thing I can say is the government is abreast with your situation. During my last, and I was in Freetown 3 weeks ago now, I got to understand that the Ministry of Education has prepared all your documents. They are with the Ministry of Finance. But like I said to you sometime back, unless there is an exception this time, I said to you sometime back, stipends are considered under the supplementary budget. And supplementary budget is read in July. So unless there are exceptions, uh, your stipend situation probably will be considered after July, because even if the PEP forms have been sent to the Ministry of Finance, they are being considered. The Ministry of Finance will wait until they have read the supplementary budget to incorporate your stipends. And this is not an isolated situation only with Russia. So I'm pleading to say that I've got no immediate kind of answer to your question. But like I'm saying, that we are hopeful that the stipends will be paid very soon. And then you saw the deputy minister; he was trying to laugh at me because he knows that you are trying to put me in a situation that I will not be able to give you a direct answer. But be hopeful. The government is abreast with the situation. They know that they have to pay your stipends, and then we continue to talk to the relevant authorities so that your stipends can be paid. Okay.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Honorable Patrick Michaelson Jabrila. It's an honor to have you here. Maybe you don't know this, but the Sierra Leonean in Russia are doing extremely well to bring up the name of Sierra Leone in the Russian Federation, especially at the Ruden University. So
Yeah.
I like to quote, they say, na uda wok go eat. So if we don't have food, we can't study. And you all know what that means to us as a nation. So we really plead that at least at the early weeks of August, we get a good news from the ambassador. And Honorable Patrick Michaels and Jabrila, you can also help push our case, help our ambassador advocate for us, because Russia is basically not easy. I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for the entire body. There are people struggling. And if somebody doesn't eat, they can't study. And we don't want to hear expelling in the school anymore. It starts with the stipends. Thank you very much. So moving forward, we'll have our closing remarks and vote of thanks by a fourth year medical student who is doing extremely well in the school, known as Lansana Kumba. Over to you. And thank you all for having me today. It was a pleasure. See you next time. Lanson Akumba, are you with us?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you to Almighty God for making it very much possible for the Nuss-Rf executive to come up with such a very brilliant initiative. You know, for us all to have heard from senior government officials and senior citizens of Sierra Leone, and to have learned a lot this evening. And I also want to send a special appreciation to um, the Commissioner of Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Francis Fala. Despite his busy schedules, he found time to come and grace this very important moment with us all here. And I also want to send my appreciation to our father here, as I always say, His Excellency Ambassador Mohammed Yongao. Of course, you've always responded to our calls. Today will not have been an exception at all. So I want to say thank you to you as well. And I also want to thank our dynamic, very hardworking Deputy Minister of Youth, Honorable Michael Giguila. I have known him not for quite a long time, but then he has inspired me a lot. I've seen his work in Sierra Leone, both in and out of the country, representing the country, and we really appreciate you for gracing this webinar today. I also want to send my appreciation to our senior doctor. Of course, some of us have learned a lot. I took note of so many things that you were saying today, and I just hope and pray that the government will address some of the issues you are fighting very hard to push for doctors who have graduated and those who will be graduating and those who are on ground, fighting. But then the government is still, our government is yet to look into all those issues that you just highlighted and people or we've been complaining about. But I hope government will look into it and as we continue to, have such initiatives towards achieving that goal, we'll get to that point. I really don't want to, because we spend so much time here, I want to say thank you to everybody, individually and collectively. I cannot call everybody by name now and thank them, but I know we are not doing this for ourselves. We are doing this for the betterment of our country. So if Sierra Leone becomes a better place that we all want to see tomorrow, all of us are going to benefit, even if we are not going to be alive. But the legacy remains, like our first speaker or keynote speaker said, is that none of us are going to be here after 100 years from now. But then what will remain is the impact that we will leave behind, or the impact that we create on the nation that we leave behind for generations yet unborn to benefit from. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, our dynamic and very brilliant hosts, for today's webinar, and all those who attended. Thank you so very much. And of course, for those who were not able to get the full message of everything that was discussed, you can still go to Nuss-Rf YouTube channel. This particular webinar was streamed live on our YouTube channel, and we're going to save that video so you can always go there to watch. Of course, I would just encourage everybody to, in their quiet moments or in when they have time, to actually go through it and learn a lot. Thank you very much. Thank
Thank
you,
you very
everyone.
much,
I appreciate you
Mr.
all.
Kumba. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to say every one of you who took time to participate with us. We're grateful and we hope young people like us have learned one way or the other today. People who are in Russia, out of Russia, we hope you all learned. So we're about to end this webinar that went successful today. Permits me, as I would like to ask you all to on your cameras so we have a group picture for memory's sake. Because in 5 years, some of us will be in different level. Please, everyone, kindly on your cameras. and mute your microphones. Some people went to sleep here.
Did you go to sleep, Myra?
I couldn't sleep. It was quite necessary, vital information, and
I
the
oh
urge to learn couldn't let me
oh.
rest.
It's amazing. It has been I think it has been one of those things that we've learned so much, and it's just simply the best.
It's
We'll
simple.
we'll have a lot to talk about after this, but yes, yes, obviously.
Fellow Sierra Leoneans, home and abroad, kindly on your cameras for us, please. It doesn't matter where you are, what matters is your face. These are memories we're trying to create. His Excellency, Honorable Patrick, I see your cameras are still off. Esther Edith Kagwo, Miss Ishmatu, some guests, Dr. Sama Banya, Lasanatu Conte, Timbo, Mariana, Jonathan Jr., some guests, William Siddiq, Mariam Assor, Bokari Kane, John
John
Koruma,
Campbell.
okay, and the rest. We're still waiting.
Excuse me, Madam
Yeah.
Mahima.
Yes.
Are you waiting for a form or what? I didn't get the
No,
last part.
we want to take a group picture. So we need everyone
Okay. To
to
put the
turn, yeah.
camera on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Fellow Sierra Leoneans, we're still waiting. The Sierra Leone we must build together starts here. If your camera is off, you're waiting for us to be just here. We're not building a Sierra Leone. We're being selfish right now. And remember, the Sierra Leone we must build together is oneness.
Make my switch on the camera. Me. So I'm not. I don't know.
Okay. Now we're building a Sierra Leone together. Mr. Cameron, over to you. Is the photo taken?
Yes, we've taken it already.
Okay. Amazing.
Okay. Thank you,
Amazing.
everyone. And don't misquote the quotes kill dog before dog, let dog no say die day. Have a blessed evening. I remain your co host, Mariam Awoyibari.
It has been
It was my
amazing,
pleasure.
people. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marma. It was
Thank you,
amazing. It
everyone.
was amazing, everyone. Have a great time. Goodbye.
You
Thank you
too.
so much. Thank you, everyone. Honorable Minister, the Ambassador. Thank you so much for being here. It was amazing. Goodbye, people. Thank you,
Goodbye,
Marma.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Bye.
Yeah, goodbye. Just be done, man.
That's
This
it.
is